Is your family all still down in the Philly area?
They are all still down in Philly. My parents are still living, and my brothers are all within an hour to 15 minutes of them. And they think I live in like Utah or Europe because I'm so far away from them. But I see them a lot.
So tell me again, you went to St. Francis de Sales?
Mm-hmm. It's now called de Sales University.
In Allentown?
Right outside of Allentown.
Okay. Yeah. And when did you graduate?
1989.
Okay.
A long time ago, yeah.
And when you graduated, did you try to make a go of it in singing and the arts?
Yeah, so my mom redid my bedroom curtains thinking I would move home. But I said, my friend got me a singing waitressing job at Mrs. J's Sacred Cow on 72nd and Broadway, so I'm going to move to New York.
When you say singing waitress, are those two different jobs or is it the same job?
Well, it was two things that I had to do, not at the same time. I didn't like serve the food and sing, but I served the food and then I would get up and sing a song and that kind of thing. I got an agent that way, and it kind of started my career in New York. So
this is in Manhattan?
Manhattan, Upper West Side. I lived in a lot of different apartments because I would leave the city and go and do a job. I played Maria in West Side Story, and I did a lot of parts like that. It wasn't until later that I focused on commercials and singing mostly, like singing commercials and singing with my band. That happened later.
David mentioned that, I think he mentioned that when he met you, you were singing as part of a swing.
Yes.
Jazz outfit.
I had a trio called Swing Set, and if you're old enough to remember, or if not, in the 90s, swing music was very big. And during that time, I thought that if I sang with a big band, I would get a lot of work. And we did. And we recorded music, and we performed every week on 46th Street and 8th Avenue. And we had a great a cappella group. So what happened was that we had been doing gigs for a while, and my roommate said to me, I know these sketch comedy guys, Ward and Wheeler, and they're looking for a music act for their next variety show. And I said, well, what does it pay? Because for me, it was about how much money I could make, because it was a tough business to be in. And she said, well, I don't know what it's going to pay, but it could be good exposure. So I told the girls, and I said, what do you think? Should we do this gig? It's going to be on the Upper West Side at Citrus Grill with these guys. I don't know them. And they're like, well, let's just do it. So long story short, we did the gig, and I meet this guy, this kind of goofy, funny guy named David, and I noticed that he's really a good guitarist. And I said, David, I have an audition next week for this folk musical, and I need a guitarist. Would you be interested in playing for me? And he said, sure. So I hired him. We rehearsed the song. We did the audition. And after the audition, I got a letter in the mail, and it was this card, and it had a picture of me kind of singing and him playing guitar. And I was like, oh my gosh, that looks like David, and that looks like me. And then I was like, oh my God, that is us. And my roommate said, well, he totally likes you. And I thought, oh my gosh, I think I like him. But I kind of got excited. And then my phone rang later, and it was David. And I was so excited because I thought he was going to ask me out. And he said, hey, Francine, it's David. Listen, I was like, yeah. I was wondering, Jamie and I have a gig this Friday. And I was like, yeah. Would you work the door for us? And I was like, okay. And I thought, I am really desperate, because I was almost 31, and I had made peace with the fact that I was probably not going to get married, because I had spent my life up until that moment really focused on performing. And I didn't really either, I just didn't have time anymore, and I didn't know if I ever wanted to settle down. But after I met David, and I worked the door that Friday, I kind of knew. It was a weird feeling, and it makes me kind of happy, sad, but I hadn't even kissed him yet, and I knew I had fallen in love with him. And it was kind of a magical time because we were so busy, we didn't even go on our first date for a couple of months after that, but I knew I was going to marry him. I didn't tell him that because I didn't want to scare him off, but I knew.
When he was testifying, he said that, once you and he, and it sounds like you came to this realization very quickly, but once the two of you realized you wanted to be together, he described it as just looking at green lights all the way down for the two of you. How did you see it once the two of you decided that you were just going to be together?
It was probably with about 6 months into our relationship, I knew that we were going to be together. Well, he knew by then. And the way we looked at it was the timing was right because we were not just in love, but we were both kind of tired of the business, and we both wanted to have marriage and kids. Like, it was just something that I knew I wanted to do. And I didn't before that. I just could see us being a family. So it was kind of like we just made it happen. And it was easy. It was always easy then.
And over time, as you guys were thinking about getting out of the business, I figure that's why you ended up looking to move out of the city to somewhere else.
Well, I always say I left the business, but I never really did because I had this kids band at the time, too. A lot of things happened. I did a lot of different performing, and we were going to we were looking near Philly to be near my family, but I said to Dave that I kind of want to be near New York, just in case I still want to sing sometimes, And he said, sure. So we kept looking near New York, but we were struggling performers, and we couldn't afford any place. And we had these friends who had moved to this place called Sandy Hook. And they said, come up here. It's only like an hour and a half from New York. And it was the first place that we could afford to settle. And it had really good schools. And I'm kind of skipping ahead because we had kids in the city first before we moved. But
that's Nate and Ben.
Nate and Ben, yeah.
When did you move?
We moved in 2007 in April, and then by July we rented a little tiny house, and then by July we bought our house in Sandy Hook. And Nate was 4, and Benny was about 8, 9 months old.
Okay, all right. So let's go there then. So Nate is Ben's older brother, separated by a little over 3 years. Is that?
Yeah, a little over 3 years.
And how old is Nate now?
Nate is 19 and a half.
So you all move out to Sandy Hook. Tell the jury about Ben. We heard a little bit about the teeth from David.
Oh yeah, the biting.
But I want to tell the jury from your perspective about Ben growing up, what he was like.
Well, he had a Lobus face. That's my maiden name, Lobus, and he had this big, bright smile and rosy cheeks, and he was funny. He was such a funny boy. And he was kind of my koala bear. Like, he was my kid that if I left the room, he'd be like, where'd you go? Come back, But he also showed signs early on that he was musical. I tell this story that we were leaving the doctor's office one day, and we were in the elevator, and we left, and we go in the car, and he said, Mama, what's that C for in the elevator? And I said, oh, C is usually for like center floor kind of thing. He said, no, not that letter, but and he hummed a C, which I'm not perfect pitch, but it was like, And I said, what? And he said, yeah, the C, And so I went home with him, and I started saying, sing me a G, and he could sing a G, and he just could sing notes out of the air. And during that time, he was also very obsessed with lighthouses. So he had to visit lighthouses whenever we moved somewhere, or whenever whenever we went on vacation. We had to visit, we had to tour lighthouses. He had to have a lighthouse on his birthday cake. We had lighthouses all over his and Nate's room. And he was so busy, he never sat So he would just run, run, run. Right before he died, he had started to settle down, but we had a sticker chart, and one of them was,
You get a sticker if you do something good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he had like one that was like sitting fully in a chair. That was his biggest accomplishment. He finally did that, but no kicking, licking, or biting was like a 2 out of 5. Like he really couldn't. He did that a lot. So.
Francie, can we show a picture of Ben? This is, Your Honor, Exhibit 560. It's a new exhibit.
560, sir?
Yeah, I believe it's without objection.
No objection.
So you're talking about lighthouses. So this is.
That's Nauset Light in Massachusetts.
And that's Ben.
Yeah.
Do you know when about that might have been taken?
I think that was 2011. It could have been the summer of 2012. I'm not sure. It was either 2011 or 2012. He was 5, so it must have been 2012.
What do you like about lighthouses?
He liked getting to the top of them and seeing out into the ocean. I'm pretty sure that we saw a whale when we were in Massachusetts, or, we were at the top. He liked hearing the history and how people would bring in the boats safely. He was loving that captain feeling, like being the beacon, the one that could, stand at the top and help the boats. So.
What was, before he died, so, around this time, 2011, 2012, what was his relationship with Nate like?
So they were very different boys, but they were best friends. Nate was always reading. Ben always wanted to be outside. So we would try and get Ben to sit and read a little bit, and we'd try and get Nate out of the house a little bit. And Benny, even at a very young age, even when he had just turned 6, a couple months before he died, he was helping Nate get out of his shell, because Nate was such an introvert, and Ben was like, come on, Nate, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and come on outside. And he had this kind of high-pitched, very, sing-songy voice, and he would convince Nate, and nobody else could, so they had that beautiful, like I could picture them as grown men being best men at each other's weddings, or Benny visiting Nate at college before he would go, and I just knew that they were best friends, and I never worried about them having a playmate because they always had each other. In fact, Ben was so excited about Nate, I had to stop Ben. He would poke Nate's eyelids in the morning to get him awake. And I'd say, you can't wake up your brother Nate. If you do, I'm going to have to put you in another room. And he said, please, Mommy, don't put me in a different room. I love Nate. So he did finally stop poking his eyes, but it took a while.
They shared a room.
They did.
They did. So moving into 2012, Francine, I want to show you another picture just so we can orient the jury in time. This is 3:15. This is by agreement, Your Honor. Already in, I believe.
Agreed.
So, you can pull that up. Thank you. So here we are. When was this picture taken, Francine?
This was just literally maybe a few days, could have been as long as a week before the shooting. Because we took that picture quickly on the phones, one of our phones, to make a Christmas card.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Nate in the red and Ben in the green.
That's right.
This is at your home?
Yep, right in front of the stairs. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed. Francine, I want you to tell the jury about that morning of the shooting,
Okay.
and the time that you spent with Ben that day before you sent him off to school.
So usually Nate and Ben would get on the bus, like a normal. And that morning, David and I were rushing, and I said to David, you know, Benny has a little bit of a cough. Should we send him to school? What do you think? And he said, oh, he'll be fine. So David left. And unbeknownst to me, he'd taken Nate and Ben's backpacks with him because we were switching cars that morning. And when the boys realized that, I said, don't worry, Ben. I'm going to write to Mrs. D'Amato and I'll tell her, you know. And then I said, oh my gosh, guys, I forgot Nate has book club. We've got to get Nate to school. So I quickly cleaned up, and as I'm stacking the dishwasher, Ben turns to me and he says, Mommy, what does forgiveness mean? And I was like, I don't know, Ben. I'm so busy. No, Mommy, what's forgiveness mean? And I said, I don't know, Ben. It's like when you do something wrong and the other person forgets about it. Now, come on, we got to go. So we pack up the bags. We get in the car. We drop off Nate at Sandy Hook. And I said to Ben, okay, so what do you want to do? Do you want to go home and wait for the bus? Or do you want to go to Starbucks for a treat? He said Starbucks, of
And
course.
Nate was in third grade?
Nate was in fourth grade.
Fourth grade?
And Ben was in first. So we go to Starbucks. He orders a chocolate milk. I get my coffee. We sit down. And he literally turns to me and he says, you know what, Mama? I'm going to be an architect when I grow up. And I was like, wow, okay, that's great. He said, no, wait. I'm going to be an architect and a paleontologist because Nate's going to be a paleontologist and I have to do everything that Nate does. And I said, well, you know, you're your own person. You don't have to do whatever Nate does. And he said, oh, no. No, I'm always going to be with Nate. I love Nate. And I love you, Mommy. And I said, I love you too. You know, it's so nice we never get to be here together, you and me. We're always rushing around. And then he said, Mommy? And I said, yeah. And he said, can I have your iPhone? So I gave him the iPhone. A few minutes later, I said, all right, buddy, come on, we got to pack up everything and go to school. So it was about 9 o'clock. And he was so excited to go into school. When I was dropping him off around the front, he left the door open. And I said, Benny, close the door. And I don't remember if I said I love you, but I remember saying, close the door. That was the last thing I said. And then he went in.
That, those moments you spent with Ben at Starbucks, just the two of you, has that become a cherished memory of yours?
Yes. Everybody knows that story who knows us.
As we've been doing with most folks, I'm not going to have you walk me through the rest of that day. But I do want to talk to you, Francine, about the week thereafter. Nate was obviously in school, though.
Nate was hiding in a box of T-shirts in the supply closet in the gym, listening to the murders. He heard everything. He was there. If the shooter had turned right instead of left, he would be gone, probably.
In the days after, I understand that you and David obviously had a lot of support from friends and family to help.
We had 5 years in Newtown, and we have had and have a community. And so they immediately swarmed in and helped us kind of get through. I mean, I think press was there by the end of the day before I even officially heard that Ben was gone. So I was having them kind of deal with the press immediately. And by the next day, my friend who was in my singing band with me back in the 90s, one of my closest friends, she came in and kind of took charge of everything to help with the onslaught of people and craziness and the phone ringing. And I had a home number that time, and it kept ringing. Yeah.
David described that at some point, relatively soon after the shooting, people had come to the house wanting to see Ben and falsely claiming to be a reporter, and that one of your friends had helped manage that situation. Is that the same friend you're talking about?
Yes.
And what's her name?
Kim.
When did you, in the days after the shooting, when did you first learn that there was a lie that had been pushed by Alex Jones concerning what happened to your son, what was happening to you and these other families?
Uniform compound.
Overruled.
Benny died on Friday the 14th. By Monday, Kimmy came to us and said, one of the dads of one of the kids who died, his name was Robbie Parker, and he did a press conference, and they're saying things about Robbie that aren't true, and there's this guy out there who's saying that Sandy Hook didn't happen, and now they're bombarding Robbie, this dad, with this stuff and on his page, on his daughter's page. But it was probably a few weeks of Kimmy talking to us about it, and I pretty much said, stop. I don't want to know. I can't handle anything right now. But she did say it very early on, and that she was working behind the scenes to try and keep it away from us as much as possible.
And when you heard this, it sounds like your response was just to say, I don't want to even know about
I don't want to know. I didn't want to know. Also, I didn't want to know anything about the crime. And I didn't know if I could handle the next minute. So I just wanted to deal with the minute. And I didn't want to know anything outside. I didn't look on the television. I didn't look on the internet. I created a kind of, I think even David knew more than I did. I just kept a very small room for things.
When was Ben's funeral?
His visitation was Wednesday night, the 19th, and his funeral was Thursday morning, December 20th.
That was at Trinity Episcopal Church in Newtown.
Yes, I was a member of Trinity. Mm-hmm.
Did you hear Bill Aldenberg testify in this case that he was assigned to provide security at Ben's funeral?
Yes, but I didn't know. Because that was the funeral. That was the only funeral at Trinity Episcopal Church. It was Benny's. I didn't know there were death threats. Kim told me later that was true. I didn't know at the time.
Moving forward into the first months of 2013, you okay? Moving forward into the first months of 2013, did you, over time, although you were trying to keep yourself in that bubble, start to become aware more about this lie that was being pushed?
Yes. Nate was asked, because he was in fourth grade, and the third and fourth graders were asked to sing in the Sandy Hook Choir at the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
In February?
That was February of 2013. And at the time, I was still pretty insulated. I didn't know what was really out there, but I remember being nervous about Nate's safety and my safety and David's safety. We went to the Super Bowl, and during the Super Bowl, the lights and the electricity went out during the game. And I was pretty terrified that this was the end, that people were going to come and hurt us. But it was after the Super Bowl when I actually started to understand something different that was going on.
And is that because you became aware that Nate had learned about this lie that his brother's death had been hoax?
Yeah, I was trying to keep it from him. He didn't have a phone. He was very limited. He was only 9.5. And so I found out that there was a boy in the choir that they were saying was Ben. And I started to see some of the comments after the Super Bowl, and that we were actors, and that there was this bunch of people who didn't believe that Sandy Hook happened because, look, there's Ben in the choir, Nate's brother. And I was terrified that Nate was going to find out, because I felt like I can ignore this, but I can't have Nate see it. But Nate went on a play date one day. I think it was before his birthday in like April, and his friend showed him everything on the internet and all the lies they were saying about David and I being actors, and that Ben was alive, that we didn't even exist, that Nate was lying at the Super Bowl. And he asked me, he said, "Why are people saying this, Mom?" And I didn't know what to say to him. I mean, I have to say this because it's really important that when I say this out loud, I have to also remind myself of this, which is, it is one thing to lose a child. There are thousands and thousands of parents who have lost children. To guns, to cancer, to many, many things. And that's hard enough. Because you learn to live, if you're a grieving parent, you learn to live with that. It's quite another thing when people take everything about your boy who is gone, and your surviving child, and your husband, and everything you ever did in your life that is on the internet, and harass you and make fun of you, because that's something I can't fix. I can't make that better for Nate. I can't do that. Forever he has that.
Francine, I want to show you Exhibit 297, which is in evidence as a photo produced by Free Speech Systems. Do you see this photo, Francine?
Yes.
And this is a picture of surviving children of Sandy Hook performing at the Super Bowl in New Orleans, right?
Yes.
And, yeah, if you could, thanks. I'm going to go, Your Honor, may I go over here? I just want to jam in over here. So you can look at your screen, Francine, but you see here, this is your son, Nate.
Yes.
Okay. And here it says 10 Sandy Hook children found alive and well. And they describe another child here, Owen Wright, a.k.a. Ben Mueller, right?
Yes.
Who had died 3 months before.
That's what it says.
And you can pull out of that, please. And then here we have Emily Parker. Also, according to this, singing at the Super Bowl. Do you see here, Francine, this young boy, Jake Hoffman?
Yes. That's Jake.
Dylan's brother.
Yes.
See down here, Jesse Lewis, right? But
That's
Jesse Lewis was killed in St. Hills.
That's right. That's not Jesse.
And is this what Nate was shown by his friend?
Yes. And a lot of comments and a lot of, I believe, a lot of doctored videos of David and me as well.
You've seen video of Mr. Jones' broadcast in which he described pictures of children who they say are dead who are still alive.
Yes, I've seen that video.
Can we pull up, please, Mr. Jones' deposition? This is Exhibit 372. One moment, Your Honor, and I'll get this exhibit. This will be 372H, Your Honor. Offered as part of Mr. Jones' deposition testimony, page 317, 318. Pull it up, please. Question, when you say you have a photo of a bunch of kids who are still alive that they say died, what photo are you talking about? Answer, I don't remember which one that is. Question, are you talking about the Super Bowl photo that Mr. Halbig sent you? Answer, that might be it. You said that, you can take that down. Francine, you said that this was kind of happening in the months after the Super Bowl. And that Nate asked you why this was happening, right?
Yes.
You were here during opening statements.
Yes.
You see that in April, Mr. Jones published a video which he titled Crisis Actors Used at Sandy Hook Special Report.
Yes.
I'd like to pull up 8B. Your Honor, this is a still shot of that broadcast, which is currently in as 8A.
This is a new exhibit?
This is a photo of a video that is in evidence, so it's a still shot of that video.
8B is a new exhibit.
Correct.
No objection, Judge.
I'm just going to show you a still shot of that broadcast entitled Crisis Actors Used at Sandy Hook Special Report, published in April 1st, 2013. Thank you. After, in the months after Ben's death, did friends of yours start an organization to try to honor Ben?
They actually started it only a few days after the shooting, and it was my community at my church. They put together this idea that they wanted to do something for youth, and they wanted to honor Ben, so I said, we should call it Ben's Lighthouse. because he loved lighthouses. And what a beautiful way to remember him, because the symbol of being a beacon. So they started it to do something. And I say that very loosely because we did a lot of things then. I didn't start it, so they were doing like volunteer work with children, and they would go to different places where they had had trauma, and they would help them rebuild houses, and they would, just help different communities. So early on after the shooting, before I had some other things that I needed to take care of and do, they ran it for probably a good 2 years before I became more involved.
One of the things, during that time period, that 2-year time period, you and David decided to try and have another child.
Yes, we were already older parents, and I used to talk to Ben, and I'd say, Benny, I know that I can do this, but I need you to help me because I'm 45 years old. And we found a way to have a baby, and I spent most of, probably from the fall of 2013 and all the way through Matthew's birth in November of 2014, just focused on that. Getting pregnant, going through the pregnancy, and all of the hard things about being pregnant at such an older age, and then having a healthy baby in November of 2014. So that was really my focus. That's why my friends were running Ben's Lighthouse for me, and that's why I insulated myself during that time. I still didn't watch from the fall of 2013 and through 2014. I did not do much looking, much involvement of things.
Matthew was born in late November of 2014.
November 5th, 2014.
After the months after the shooting, as part of your coming to terms with what happened, did you participate in a radio address?
Yes.
What was that?
It was in April of 2013, and during that time between January and probably May, June, I thought that if we had a moment, because I thought people were going to forget about Sandy Hook, so I thought, I want to tell the public that I don't want other parents to go through what I went through. And so I was asked by President Obama to do his radio address before a vote for expanded background checks in the Senate.
After shootings, one of the things that you felt was important to do is to help protect other children if you could?
Yes.
And so you supported background checks?
Yes.
After you had Matt,
Mm-hmm.
and going into 2015, is that when you decided that you wanted to take a more active role in Ben's Lighthouse?
Yes. I sort of, with this new baby, I felt like I had a renewed energy to kind of go back into the world a little bit and start to figure out I call it kind of like not erasing what happened, not forgetting Ben, but actually learning to live with my grief and with my joy of having this new baby and my surviving son, and that I could create a new life that was different. Kind of like being born again, but not in a religious sense, more in a living sense. And so I got involved with Ben's Lighthouse, and I started to become much more aware of the world around me.
Can you tell the jury when you became more involved in Ben's Lighthouse and you were thinking about ways to make it successful in the work that it wanted to do? By the way, and what is the work of Ben's Lighthouse, real quickly? We'll get to it a little bit later, but just so that everybody knows what it is that Ben's Lighthouse does.
Well, our mission is worked with youth to help them develop self-awareness so that they can, we call it, find and share your light. And so finding and sharing your light has to do with becoming, it's a social emotional work that we do in our programming to help kids understand themselves and understand the world to build stronger communities.
Find and share your light, like the lighthouse.
Yeah. We use literal symbols.
That makes it easier for kids, too.
Yes. Yes.
But as you were starting to try and get into that work and make sure that you could do the work that you wanted to do, did you start to become aware of the extent to which Alex Jones's lies about Sandy Hook had spread?
Yes.
Can you describe that, please?
It was then that all those people who had been running Ben's Lighthouse started to tell me about the phone calls and the emails and the website and the social media and our pages and everything being attacked all the time, and that they were trying to hide it from me. Everybody was always trying to keep it from me so that it wouldn't interfere with my my life. And so they said, so, you know, we're always trying to get people more visits to the website, but we're having trouble because of all that's out there. And that is when I started to investigate what was going on out there. And I started to Google my name. And that's when I remember distinctly, not just looking at having a friend trying to help me. She had a friend at Google who helped me clear my name so that we could get my name connected to Ben's Lighthouse.
So
but
let's just explain that. So the idea is that if somebody had kind of seen you be associated with Ben's Lighthouse and Googled you, when they did that, they wouldn't find Ben's Lighthouse. They'd find all this other stuff about you being
a crisis actor.
Mm-hmm. And so you went to a friend of yours to see if you could make it so that the search results would actually show Ben's Lighthouse rather than these lies about you.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
So she did. And we got my name cleared. It was a miracle. And then, I don't know, it could have been a couple weeks, maybe a month. I have no idea. But it was very shortly after that, it went right back to crisis actor. And that clearing that happened, they couldn't make it stop.
And tell the jury, as you were looking at this, your friend Kim had told you really very shortly after the shooting that Alex Jones had started lying about this. In encountering this stuff online, did you come to a greater appreciation for Alex Jones and his role in this?
I remember sometime in 2015, one night I couldn't sleep, and I watched all of his videos. I wanted to know what he was saying. I wanted to know how he was describing Sandy Hook, why he was saying it, what his show was about. I wanted to know because I couldn't figure out how this happened. And so I watched them all. I've seen all the videos.
And you told the jury that you had obviously done some performing when you were younger. As you were looking online, tell the jury, beyond seeing comments about you being an actor and seeing you going to happen, tell them, the jury, what happened to you personally. What were you seeing was happening with your online stuff you had done.
Well, isn't it? It's kind of ironic because I spent my adult career being a performer, but a real performer. I loved my life in New York, and I loved what I was doing. Even when I went to Newtown, I was still performing in Newtown, and I had this preschool music following, and I would bring my guitar to the library. I mean, I've always performed, and they took my videos and my work of 20 years, and they doctored them, and they made fun of them, and they said, look, see, she's an actor. And they took my identity. They took my identity. And then they took my husband's identity. They took my surviving child's identity who was hiding in the gym. They took it.
And even when you tried to clean it up within weeks, it was all right back up.
Yes.
I do want to show the jury a little bit more about Ben's Lighthouse. And these are exhibits 561, 562, and 563. These are new exhibits concerning Ben's Lighthouse. I believe there's no objection.
That's correct, Judge. No objection.
Offer them more. So, Francine, I just want you to spend a little time talking to the jury about Ben's Lighthouse. Let's pull up 561. Try 562. I might have given you the wrong order for tea, sir. I'm trying to get to the main page. 563, yeah. I gave you the reverse order, sorry. 563. Okay, here we go. All right, so is this the main page for Ben's Lighthouse?
Yes.
Okay, the Isle of Skoo summer camp. This is what it looks like right now if you go to it, right? Okay, so tell the jury what this is.
So during 2015, 2016, 2017, I thought, now that my friends have to kind of hand it over to me, what are you going to do, Francine? So I took our mission and I said, well, finding and sharing your light, maybe I could make it more Ben-esque. Maybe I could take that probably perfect pitch boy who could play the piano and add music, because I know that. I know how to do that. So I wrote a puppet show program, and it's called the Isle of Skoo because I know Benny had many nicknames, but Skoo was one of my favorite nicknames for him. So I created, David designed puppets, and I made this little 6-year-old puppet lighthouse keeper who is named Skoo, and he meets all these friends on this isle. And I kind of say that all the friends are different personalities, kind of like Winnie the Pooh or Sesame Street, where you have somebody who's kind of grouchy and angry and somebody who's shy and somebody who's a perfectionist. And the children learn about Skoo, and Skoo's kind of like their audience. He asks all the questions that they're thinking. And we developed a camp of mentors and mentees, and now I teach the kids through this program and summer camp how to find and share your light through music, song, puppetry, volunteerism. And it's still going strong. So,
Is the idea with these different puppets that children are able to see different ways to express their emotions, and
Yes.
it's okay to express their emotions?
it is, because that's how you build community. And I thought maybe, I don't connect it to the tragedy. However, I do say that one of the ways that I have survived this is through my amazing Newtown community. And so I want to teach kids about that importance, because that's how you survive something like this. You need those people, and you need to understand people's emotions and imagine what it's like to be other people. I believe that, sincerely.
Were you here for when we presented Mr. Jones' testimony that he was telling his audience that the whole community of Newtown was in on it?
Yes.
Let's go to the mission page of the Lighthouse, so you can just maybe read that. That would be 562, I think. Just pull up the mission and vision. Yeah. Ben's Lighthouse offers the Owl of SCOO program that empowers children and teens to develop self-awareness, empathy, and social connections they need to find and share their own light through puppetry, through music, puppetry, and mentorship. We help young people find their unique ability to make a difference in the world, to be beacons of hope and change, to stand tall and shine bright. And this is something that you found as a way to honor Ben.
Yes.
But even today, and throughout its existence, Ben's Lighthouse has been targeted by people who believe you're an actor and that Ben never existed, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in addition to the online harassment that you've encountered, has this lie pushed by Alex Jones made its way into your interactions with people?
Yes.
Can you describe what happened to you in May of 2016?
I attended a conference called Circle of Mothers. It's about moms whose kids are killed by guns. And it's an opportunity for moms to be with other mothers that know your pain. Sometimes it's a conference for helping mothers seek help from Office of Victim Services and to get just to find the support and help that you need to move forward. And so one of the moms from the 26 families said, you might want to consider going. So I did. And the second day of the conference, I was in the elevator, and there was this other woman standing there, and she was sobbing. And I said, I'm so sorry, who did you lose? And she said, my 19-year-old son, he was shot and killed like a robbery in a market. And it happened 3 weeks ago. And I said, oh my gosh, that's so soon, I'm so sorry. And then she looked at my necklace, and I have a picture of Ben. I have Ben's ashes in a treble clef, and I have this picture. And she said, who's that? And I said, that's my son, Ben. He died in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook School. And she said, what? I said, yeah, he died at Sandy Hook. And she said, you're lying. That didn't happen. And I said, it did happen. She said, but they said it didn't happen. They said it was all a lie. And I said, who said? She said, they said. And I said, no, it happened. It really happened. She couldn't talk to me after that. I don't know. I don't know what she thought in that moment, but I told her it was true.
And this was a conference for mothers and their lost children to help counsel one another through
Yes.
their loss.
Yes.
Francine, you talked earlier about the loss that you suffered with losing Ben. Mm-hmm. But also the additional experience you've had as you've tried to cope with that loss of living in a world where Alex Jones' lies have spread to such an extent. I want you to tell the jury what have you done? How, in response to this, how have you dealt with this phenomenon out there of people believing that you're an actor, that Ben never existed, that Nate's experience isn't real?
Frankly, to be perfectly frank, the way that we deal with it is that we are in therapy. We have to have security in our house. We have to try and ignore. We have to be vigilant in our social media posts. We have to be vigilant on our website. We have to I get support from my community, whether it's emotional support, but it's hard to really describe because I can never solve it. I can just I think of it like plugging a hole where there's a leak, but I can't solve it. So I just have to work through it all the time, through my emotional work and help support and also because my son, who's going to be 8 soon, he just found out how Ben died, and I don't yet know how to tell him what's probably going to happen to him at some point, because I don't know.
When people find out that he's Ben's brother.
When they find out that he's Benny's brother, and he starts going online someday, whenever that is, he's going to have to handle it too. And sometimes I worry, my son Nate is at college and he remains as anonymous as he can be. Because he doesn't want people to know.
Have you tried to hide your identity as well?
I often now use my middle name, Francine Lobus Wheeler, so that it doesn't get as many bad hits as Francine Wheeler.
You said you got home security. Why did you get home security? The security system, John.
Security system in our house, because I know that there's brain illness out there, and I know that some of these Sandy hoaxers, I've seen it, I've heard it, I've read it, they could hurt us. I don't know, they could hurt us. And I have this little boy at home, and we live in the woods, and it's scary.
What are your fears from Nate?
Nate suffers from severe anxiety and other ailments, partly due to his trauma, partly due to this after-trauma difficult time, difficult world that he has to navigate.
You're talking about the stuff that this case is about.
Yes. So I worry about him finding his own identity and what that looks like, because I worry that he's never really going to know how to really trust the world. And that's really sad.
If they tell him that his brother wasn't real.
His best friend wasn't real. His best friend who was killed wasn't real. His best friend that he heard get killed wasn't real. That is, that's devastating. And I'm worried for him.
That's all I have here. Thank you.
Attorney Pattis,
Okay, one moment, Judge.
take your time.
Ms. Wheeler, I represent Alex Jones. I want to tell you I'm sorry for the loss.
Thank you.
Did you say you viewed all the videos that you could find, I presume, Or 16, my notes maybe.
I think it was 2015.
And about how many of those were there?
I don't remember. At least a half a dozen.
Prior to watching those videos of Mr. Jones, did you have any idea what his views were about guns, let's say?
No.
After watching those videos, did you have any idea of his views on guns?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. My focus was on, I don't know, is probably the best way I can answer that.
Have you been present throughout the trial here?
Yes.
In Connecticut? You've seen a video where he said they're coming,
Yes.
they're coming for our guns, and he talked about the Second Amendment.
Yes.
Is that one of the videos you first saw when you studied his videos?
Yes.
Viewing that, did that give you any idea about his views on guns
Yes.
and why he believed or why he asserted that Sandy Hook was a hoax?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why he asserted, not believed?
Sustained.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ms. Wheeler, did you bring this lawsuit because Mr. Jones lied about you, your son, and these other families?
Yes.
Do you care at all what any of his views are on anything other than that?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Nothing further, Judge.
You may step down, just watch your step. Is this a good time for the morning recess?
That'd be fine, Your Honor. If you'd like to do that, that's fine.
All right, so we will take our 15-minute recess and we will come back, let's say 11:35-ish. All right, so Ron will be in charge of your notebooks and have a nice coffee break.
Okay, sir, if you just raise your right hand, Mr. Bruce, I'll swear you in. Can you solemnly swear that the testimony you give here today will be the truth and the truth and the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell me the correct pronunciation of your last name, please?
It's Fruge.
Thank you. Mr. Fruge, my name is Chris Mattei. I represent the plaintiffs in this matter. You and I previously met earlier in this litigation, and we took your deposition for a limited purpose in Austin, Texas. Do you recall that?
I do recall that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Fruge, where are you located this morning?
I am in Austin, Texas.
Are you currently employed by Informers?
Yes, sir.
When I say Informers, I mean Free Speech Systems.
Free speech systems.
Were hired by Free Speech Systems in 2007. Is that right?
That is correct.
But relatively soon after your hire, you were promoted to operations manager. Is that right?
Relatively, I'm not sure.
With respect to Free Speech Systems e-commerce business through the online store, Mr. Jones supervised and called shots regarding that operation, correct?
Yes.
In fact, since you started assuming responsibilities for e-commerce activities in 2011, 2012, Mr. Jones's business had grown every year, correct?
From my recollection, that is correct.
His profits have grown every year, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you were responsible for managing the infrastructure supporting each of those websites.
Yes.
And we're tracking sales activity, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Jones selected the products that he intended to sell online, correct?
Correct.
Is it your understanding as the director of business operations that Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems purchases dietary supplements from third-party suppliers and then brands them as a Alice Jones product, correct?
That is my understanding.
With substantial markup over what the purchase price was, correct?
Yeah, just like anything else. I mean, you buy a t-shirt for $5, you sell it for 20. T-shirts sometimes have more margins than supplements.
The percentage that he marks them up over his cost is determined by Mr. Jones, right?
That's correct.
But Mr. Jones was also involved in that operation on a daily basis, correct?
Correct.
And you were in touch with him on a daily basis about the school's performance, correct?
Correct.
In fact, he would call you pretty much every day after his program to discuss the store's performance during the show, right?
Yes.
Because Mr. Jones, during every show, would pitch his products and encourage his audience to buy, correct?
Yes.
And so he would check with you on the effectiveness of his pitch to his audience, effectiveness measured by the amount of sales that were transacted during the show, right?
That's correct.
And those conversations, am I correct, would then inform which products he would sell the next day and going forward, correct?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
And those conversations would inform his decisions about sales to them, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
And those discussions would inform his decision about whether to run sales on certain products, right?
He always made the decision.
And the decision that I'm talking about here is the decision to, or the decision whether to offer a sale on a particular product, right?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Jones will often pitch a product by informing his audience that you're offering it for 50% off for a particular period of time, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example. You're aware that among Mr. Jones's strategies is to tell his audience that he's offering a particular product at a discount for a specific period of time, right?
Yes.
And the decision as to which products to discount and the extent of the discount would be made by Mr. Jones, right?
Yes.
Or if he chooses to use the information, he would access it every day through you by discussing the sales performance during the show, right?
Yes.
And if you were logged in and Mr. Jones was on the air at 3 p.m. pitching bone broth, you could see in real time how many people were buying bone broth, right?
Almost real time, yes.
And if Mr. Jones had a guest on for, let's say, the first hour of his show, you could see in real time how much sales activity was happening during that hour, right?
Yes.
And even if you weren't looking at it in real time, you would have those totals for Mr. Jones after the show.
If he requested them, yes.
And that's the conversation you would have with him on a yearly basis, fair to say?
Almost, yeah. If he was interested, I would give him the information. I never voluntarily gave him the information, but if he asked, I would give it to him.
And he would ask almost every day.
Yes.
You would say to him, look, whatever you did, it worked, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in addition to having data about revenue in your real time and reporting that to him, you also had data available to you about traffic on the Infowars.com website, right?
I had access to that Google Analytics account at a certain point, yes.
Not just talking about Google Analytics, and there was other analytics providers that you referenced, right?
Yeah, but to see real time on Infowars.com, the only thing I can recall viewing those numbers would be on Google Analytics.
Do you refer to an analytics platform, if that's the right word, called Alexa?
Alexa, yes, that was a long time ago.
And Quantcast as well, right?
And Quantcast, yes, sir.
And each of those platforms provided data about website traffic on Infowars.com, right?
Yes.
And the audience traffic to Infowars.com is relevant to you because there was a direct relationship between traffic to that website and revenue generated from the online store, correct?
To a certain extent, yes.
The more people visiting Infowars.com, the more people buying stuff at the store, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's, more people in town square, the more people go to the shops. Yes, that's correct.
And you were aware that that was one of Mr. Jones's objectives in generating audience traffic to his site was to convert those audience members into paying customers, correct? You would say to him, look, whatever you did, it worked, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in addition to having data about revenue in your real time and reporting that to him, you also had data available to you about traffic on the Infowars.com website, right?
I had access to that Google Analytics account at a certain point, yes.
Not just talking about Google Analytics, and there was...
Your Honor, one moment, please. I think we may have skipped back. Your Honor, just one moment.
Oh, take your time. That's all right.
end customers, correct?
I would tell him if there's, like I just said, the more people that are in town square, the more people that are going into the shops. So just by default, the more people going to the news website, I mean, you're going to pick up traffic coming over to the store because we have banner ads running.
Right, and not only that, but during the show, he's telling his audience to do this, right?
Yes.
Right. And now, how to get those audience members to Infowars.com, that was Mr. Jones's purview, right?
Yes.
He would decide what he wanted to talk about on where to generate audience, correct?
Correct.
As you testified, he was aware, and you would inform him that the more people that come there to the show, the more people that are coming to the store, right?
Yes.
And going back to 2016, is it fair to say that the InfoWarsStore.com website was averaging approximately $1 million in sales a week?
That sounds about right, yes.
So you launched InfoWarsStore.com as a new website in 2015?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, 3D Card just really doing a good job for you guys in supporting the InfoWarsShop.com website. Why create a whole different website? Why not just have somebody else come in to, be the vendor that supports the website?
Well, Alex wanted 2 stores. Alex wanted redundancy. In case the InfoWarsStore.com website on Magento when we launched didn't work, we could always redirect everybody back to InfoWars Shop.
As it turns out, the website did work, but you kept InfoWarsShop.com as an additional source of revenue, correct?
It was redundancy in Alex's eyes. I wanted to shut it down, Alex wanted to keep it.
And Alex turned out to have been right, because InfoWarsShop.com continues to generate sales every day, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
It then came time in 2017 to redesign and relaunch the InfoWarsStore.com website, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were going to use Magento for that as well, right?
Correct.
This appears to be an email, Mr. Fouché, for you to Dr. Jones, David Jones. Dated August 7, 2017. The subject is Magento 2.0 contract, right?
Okay.
And the first goal listed is to ensure a stable, technical, and design foundation to support future growth so the site can comfortably handle 125 million in annual sales within 3 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that goal of 125 million in annual sales was a goal that Mr. Jones set, correct? That is Alex Jones.
Yes.
And over that 18-month period, regardless of who was responsible for it or what the starting point was, according to this proposal, during the 18-month period in which you all were selling stuff over at InfoWarsStore.com, the site generated $74.4 million approximately.
According to this, yes.
And that sounds about right to you, right?
For 18 months in that time period, that approximately,
You testified that, I'm paraphrasing here, but that, you purchase a product at a certain cost and you mark it up in order to maximize the profit you can make on that particular product. Is that a fair summary of what we're talking about?
it's fair.
Okay. So if you look at this email, this is again from Chris Allison to you and 2 others are copied, and it's dated May 30th, 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Allison, who was here for the report, said, "Congratulations, Tim, Patrick, and Hugh. We've almost exceeded $500,000 in gross sales. We launched on May 17th, so that's about 2 weeks. If we can continue this trajectory, the Amex Essentials line of personal care products will add about $12 million a year in annual gross sales." proofs in the pudding. Attached to the report with all the numbers, FCC, Patrick, and Q. I'm sure they're bouncing up and down as well. Way to go, team. That's 400% profit on that particular line over those 2 weeks, right?
I mean, the numbers are there.
I think you testified earlier that this wasn't a particularly high-performing product. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And it seems to me, and this is, I guess, more of a standard question, which you can either agree with or disagree with, that the products that Mr. Jones is promoting is almost invariably his dietary supplement.
The majority, it's fair to say the majority of the time the products he promotes are dietary supplements.
Is it also fair to say that the products that he promotes most consistently are the ones that generate the most sales most consistently?
The products he promotes the most are the products that sell the best, yes.
And as you testified earlier, the key driver in revenue free speech systems was the size of Mr. Jones's audience on Infowars.com, right?
Yes, correct. The more people that come into the properties, the more people go to the store, the more people buy stuff.
But didn't you tell advertisers and didn't you believe that the best sales performance happened as a result of Mr. Jones's live pitches on the air?
Yeah, I mean, that was part of the sales pitch. Yes.
This is true.
Yes, I mean, that was what Alex wanted to do. So that was it, yes.
The reason that Alex wanted to do it is because nobody was more effective and no approach was more effective at selling products than Mr. Jones himself, correct?
I don't know what he is, but Alex does his job on the show to sell products, yes.
But, I mean, look, you were responsible for selling stuff, right?
No, Alex was responsible for selling stuff.
Fair enough. You were responsible for selling it. You were responsible for kind of running the operation, the back end operation.
I was responsible for making sure everything ran smoothly on that side, so Alex could sell and send them there. And yes, I was responsible for making sure that part ran smoothly.
You wanted the score to be as successful as possible, correct?
Yeah, that was my job.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And so I'm saying that in pursuit of that goal, it's not controversial to suggest, and this is something that you really understood, that expanding the InfoWars audience on social media and engaging with that audience, thereby attracting more visitors to the website, would increase revenue, correct? Objection.
It would increase audience, which would hopefully increase revenue. Yes.
This idea of social media engagement as a way to increase revenue was an idea that you actually discussed with Buckley Hammond, correct?
I don't recall.
Alright, so let me show you exhibit number 26. Do you have an email from you to Buckley dated December 15, 2014 in front of you?
Yes.
And you're sending him data from Quantcast, Alexa, the store, and social media for the third quarter of 2014, right?
Appears so, yes.
It is a fairly obvious point, isn't it? That the more your audience engages with you on social media, the more likely they will be to visit your store and be valuable in your business, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Part of what you were highlighting for Buckley is the fact that you all should be endeavoring to increase your social media engagement with your social media audience, because that will result in increased revenue for the business.
That is what is on here, yes, because it was received from Quantcast. That appears to me.
You know that during the years, let's just say from 2012 onward, Mr. Jones's social media audience expanded dramatically year over year over year, correct?
That makes sense, yes.
And as we've been talking about throughout this deposition, that expanded audience led to expanded revenue for free speech systems, Mr. Jones.
That's correct.
Now, I think that you personally never had any doubt that 26 people, including 20 children and 6 educators, were murdered at Sandy Hook on December 14, 2012, correct?
Never a doubt in my mind.
Mr. Jones, as far as you knew, was the individual who made decisions about what to publish on his show for the purpose of attracting audience, correct?
Correct.
Objection. Is that correct, sir?
Correct. Yes.
Do you know who Don Salazar is?
He is one of the writers, yes.
Yes. Do you know that he was the author of the article concerning the FBI's report on deaths in Sandy Hook?
I was not aware of that.
You exhibit number 23. You see an email before you dated October 14th, 2014,
Yes.
10:23 p.m. This is you sending to Don Salazar screenshots of Alexa and Google Analytics data, correct?
It appears so, yes.
So if you scroll down to the attachment and you look at this, this is data from Alexa, correct?
It appears so.
Okay. And what it shows, Mr. Bouget, is a spike in traffic around September 24th, 25th, and 26th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a noticeable spike from the rest of the line on this graph, correct?
Yes, it is.
And so if we scroll down to the period of time we were just looking at, there was a spike in traffic to Infowars.com, and we scroll down to the same date range of the third week in September of 2014. Speaking up, that beginning on September 24th, you would agree with me that that is a 2-day spike in revenue, correct?
It is a spike, yes. I agree with you.
And when you're having your daily call with Alex Jones, and you see a spike in revenue like that from $48,000 to $232,000, you're telling them about that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right, so I wonder if I can make the same request for this
Transcript.
Yeah, because I could hear the questions, I could hear the answers very clearly, but the questions, it was sort of a struggle for me to, there was like an echo and some background noise, so if you could perhaps file as an exhibit the corresponding transcript like we did for the other one.
We will do that.
I
Yep.
appreciate that.
We definitely will. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Alrighty, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, before we do that, we have one other video that we would like to play. This is a video that has been marked as Exhibit 592, aired on September 4th, 2018 by Infowars as an episode of the Alex Jones Show. We're showing a clip from that. This is Exhibit 592, September 4th, 2018, concerning Google Analytics.
No objection.
So ordered.
I tweeted it out, and I went and showed you on the interface in Tim Verget, one of the manager's offices, because IT wasn't in yet. All the IT, and I walked in, and I said, pull up Google Analytics. Boom, highest traffic ever. The last month. Showed you a 2-year, 3-year graph. Even back towards the election. Now there it is. Now, this is what we're talking about here. And of course, Periscope doesn't show you a full shot, so you guys have to click on the video, it won't show it. Yeah, there it is. Highest traffic ever, that peak right there is right now. So, this is what we're talking about here. And they know this, and I told the New York Times this, and I told them all that, but they don't care. They want to lie to you. It's what they do. but I want it in HD. Because I know the team's over there. I'm going to go to rebroadcast. I'm going to walk over. I'm going to get, I'll do screenshots myself. I'll do it myself. I'll do it all. Don't worry. I'm not laying down and dying to the globalists. It's not happening. So I'm going to show you all that coming up too. Maybe go to rebroadcast for a while, I'll be back. So Infowars.com, Newswars.com. This is an incredible time to be alive. Unbelievable things are happening. And these people are just your enemy. They hate America. They are congenital frauds. They literally have been trained to hate the country, to hate you and your family. They are the enemy of the American people.
Call Jackie Jilbin Barden.
Very well. Good afternoon. Just be careful when you come up here. And just remain standing if you would.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God or upon penalty of perjury. Thank you. You may be seated. I just need you to state your name, slowly spell your last name for the record, and then the county and state you live in, and just keep your voice up a little bit, please.
Jacqueline Barden, Barden, Fairfield County, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Just one moment. I'm going to wait for Attorney Pattis. Do you need a moment, Attorney Pattis? Do you need a moment?
No, I'm fine, Judge.
Okay.
Checking your file.
Okay.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Jackie, thank you. Good afternoon. Sounds so formal. Jackie, can you tell the jury about your background? You know, where do you come from and your lineage?
I grew up in the Bronx. Both my parents are immigrants. They both are from Ireland. I'm the ninth of 10 children. My parents had a very, very good relationship. My father worked in the A&P and always had a second-time job. And my mother, when I was little, she ended up working as well. Yeah.
That's it?
That's it.
That's you said. Did you say the A and P? That was
Yeah, he worked in a supermarket.
Okay.
He then always did something else. He was a garbage collector on the side. He drove a cab. He cleaned the A&P. I remember as a kid, me and my brother going, at 10 o'clock at night on a Friday night, he would be mopping the floors and we would be running around the store.
getting the floors all dirty. And so, how old was if you know, how old was your dad and mom when they came over to this country?
I'm not sure. My father will be 100 next month.
Oh.
And he came here in 1947, so. And my mom, they both met at the A&P. They're from different parts of Ireland, and they met when they were working in the A&P.
Oh, so they came over separately,
Yes.
but they met, and I think that a lot of people probably don't know what the A&P is, because I'm not
That's
sure it's
old?
around. Well, it's certain.
And Page?
Vintage. The A&P was a supermarket chain?
Yes, yeah.
And so they didn't know each other in Ireland, but they met in the aisles of the A&P?
Yeah, actually, there was a dance, and my father was very quiet, and my mother needed a date. You didn't go to a dance on your own. So my mother asked him to pick her up and bring her to this Irish dance.
At the A&P or somewhere else?
No, at like an Irish hall, and he did that, and they went together, and they, didn't hang out together. He just had to bring her there. And I don't know, after that, they were married 6 months later.
Maybe you can get some of the details at his 100th birthday. He's turning 101?
He'll be 100, yes. We're having a party for him at my house. He has nieces coming in from Ireland to celebrate with him.
Great. And so your dad and mom were both Irish immigrants. They got married. They certainly had a run with children. They had 10 children, is that right?
10 children, 5 boys, 5 girls.
Okay. And where do you fit in the whole
I'm number 9.
Number 9, all right.
My mother had 9 children in 13 years, and then 8 years later, when she was 46, she had my little sister.
And so you got to be the baby.
I was the baby for a long time.
Okay. And your dad and mom, did your dad work at the A&P forever, or?
For 35 years,
No kidding.
yes.
Okay. And other odd jobs?
Yeah, a lot of odd jobs. He was always working. That's why he's living to 100, because he doesn't sit down.
He doesn't.
He still doesn't sit down. He's gardens, he bakes, he cooks. He's amazing.
And what about the kids? What type of environment did you grow up in? Was work part of your
Crazy,
life?
you know.
Crazy.
I know Francine was saying crazy 4, it's crazy 10. Very close. Our family was very close. You know, everybody lived at home. My oldest sister moved away when she was 21, but other than that, everyone's lived in our house. My parents bought a 2-family house because the only way they could afford a house was if they had renters over them. And we had bedrooms in the basement. You know, we just all managed 1 bathroom, well, 1.5 bathrooms. My father put a bathroom in the basement to help us out.
Do you have to take a number? Because, like, you could have brought the thing. I would infer that you shared a room with your siblings your entire childhood.
Yes, 7 different siblings. You know, I had a room with my sister Madeline. I had a room with my brother Jerry. I had a room with my sister Christine. We would switch it up.
And in terms of your, I assume you went to high school where, in the Bronx?
Yes, my parents were very serious about us all going to Catholic school. We all went to Catholic school, and then pretty much after high school, it was, you know, you made your decision. My father was on his own when he was 15, so I think they felt like after high school, you decided what you wanted to do. If you wanted to go to college, you know, that was up to you. So, you know, some of my brothers were police officers, and one brother was a fireman, and somebody else worked for the MTA. I decided I wanted to be a teacher. I always loved children. I took a first semester off. I waitressed, and then I ended up living at home and going to school in New York, in Dobbs Ferry, Mercy College. And I just waitressed and lived at home and went to school. It wasn't really a decision. It was just something I always knew I wanted to do. Then went on, and I thought, I don't want to work and have to go for my, you know, master's, so I continued to waitress and living at home, and I went and I got my master's in reading.
So you did your full education before you started teaching?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. And the education, was that all at Mercy College? Or?
I also went to City College, Lehman College.
Where's
in the
that?
Bronx. In the
Bronx also?
Yeah.
Did you ever get out of the Bronx? Or?
I lived in the Bronx till I was 30.
Okay. So I guess, okay.
Yeah.
And now did you become a teacher somewhere in New York City?
I taught in the Bronx for 8 years.
When did you start teaching? About how old were you?
27 maybe, 26.
And what was was it a elementary school?
It was an elementary school in the Bronx. I started as a 2nd grade teacher. I continued to live at home, and then became a reading teacher, and then ended up moving and teaching. Well,
you're still teaching.
Yes,
let's just get to the foreshadow here. But at some point, did you meet a certain gentleman?
I did.
Maybe that's a loose term, but
Yeah.
you meet a guy.
Two teacher friends. They were a married couple. Used to talk about their friend that lived in Nashville, Tennessee, and, you know, always talk so fondly of him. And I went to a party. I was invited to a Labor Day weekend party in New Rochelle in New York, and there was a great band. And Mark was playing, and he was playing a lot of Grateful Dead. I'm a big Grateful Dead fan.
Really? Full of surprises.
And I didn't even know he was the person that they used to talk about. So we got to talking that night, and my family, my parents at this point had become snowbirds, and they were in Florida, and it turns out that Mark had lived in the same town that my parents now then lived in, DeLand, Florida, which no one has ever heard of, and I thought he was kind of he thought I was pulling his leg when I said that my parents lived in DeLand, and that we had a lot of other similarities. He ended up going to Mercy College. He was there a little bit before me. There were, just a lot of coincidences. So we ended up talking, and he lived in Nashville, and we, I guess, started dating, although he lived in Nashville and I was in New York.
So Mark he was in the band, and what did he play?
He's a guitar player. He's a very good guitar player.
Now, were you in a relationship at the time you met Mark?
I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship, and he had just gotten out of a long-term relationship.
And what was it about Mark that you found attractive or attractive?
Mark was just different than anyone I had ever met. He was really down to earth. We kind of laughed because one of the things I really liked about him is he showed up and he had a lunchbox with his CDs in them, and I thought, boy, he must be really secure with himself that he could walk around. I had dated somebody that was much more into, everything had to be the best. And, Mark was just so down to earth. What you saw was what you got. And I just immediately fell in love with that.
And he played in the band, and he played the Grateful Dead, so that probably hurt, right? So tell us, you had a long-distance relationship with Mark for a while?
Yeah, we dated for 2 years. It's funny because I just told my daughter this, in the last few months. We dated, but we probably saw each other 10 times because we would talk on the phone all the time, but he would come home maybe once a month or once every 2 months. And his father had passed away right when I had met him. So he would spend a lot of time with his mother to just be with her. So I might see him for 2 hours or, go out to dinner, and he'd have to go back, and he really was attentive to his mother. And my daughter was like, he was in Nashville, and then we decided we wanted to get married, and he moved back to New York. And she said, you married him and you hardly knew him. But we had spent hours and hours on the phone. I mean, he would call me after his gig. It might be 1 a.m, and we would talk till 5 a.m, and then I would go to work.
Which probably was like 6 a.m. But you stayed up to talk to Mark.
For hours.
So you got married. Where'd you get married?
Well, when Mark moved back to New York, we ended up moving in with my brother and his family in Yorktown Heights in New York. We got married in Yorktown Heights.
And how long did you live? How long was it between then and having your first child?
We got married in 98. We met in 96. We got married in 98, and then we had our first child, James, in 2000. By that time, we had moved to Pauling. We bought a townhouse in Pauling. I still worked in the Bronx.
Is that a long commute?
It was like 60 miles. It was a long commute. It's Dutchess County. So we bought a townhouse in Pauling because my sister lived in Connecticut in Ridgefield, 2 sisters, so we wanted to be close to them.
And how many, when you moved out to Pauling?
Pauling.
How many, it was James is the oldest.
We had James in 2000.
And then
we had Natalie in 2001.
And then did another.
And then we had Daniel in 2005.
Daniel was born. What was Daniel's birthday?
September 27th.
And so his birthday would have been last week.
Mm-hmm. He would have been 17.
17. Now, can you just tell us how the Barden, did you go by Gilbin at the time?
Giblin?
Sorry.
No.
How did the clan end up then in Sandy Hook?
Well, we lived in Pauling in a townhouse, and I worked in Pauling. My sister actually lived in Ridgefield, and her husband went to China he worked for IBM, and they had a 2-year, he went to China, and we house sat for them. So we...
in Ridgefield?
In Ridgefield. So we lived in their house, and we were able to save some money. You know, we knew that we wanted to move to Connecticut. So we lived there for 2 years, and then we just decided Ridgefield we couldn't really afford, and we knew that Newtown had really good schools. So we decided that we would, after the 2 years was up, we went to Newtown. We moved to Sandy Hook.
Now, you're working full-time during this whole time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got 3 little kids growing up, but young kids. What's Mark doing?
So Mark actually was a stay-at-home dad, and he worked, you know, he played music on the week, at night.
Had he stopped going to Nashville and?
Yeah, well, he was home. Basically what we would do is I would work during the day, we'd come home, we'd have dinner together, and then Mark sometimes he'd have to travel into Manhattan. He had a regular Tuesday night gig in Manhattan. On Wednesday night, he had a regular Wednesday night gig in Connecticut, in Greenwich, and then he would pick up gigs from, you know, anybody that would hire him, he would take on the weekends. And I know a lot of people used to say that must be hard, but we really felt like the kids had the best of it. He was a great stay-at-home dad. I mean, he was so attentive, and he would take them to museums, and Mark has a lot of interests, so he would bring them to, he's a big train guy, so they would go look all over for trains. He was, always playing music with the kids. He just was very hands-on, and then he would work at night. So sometimes he would come home at 2 in the morning, and he'd have to be up at 6 or 7, ready with the kids because I was going to work. But it really worked for us because we felt the kids were getting the best, and somehow we did get to spend a lot of time together. When he was home, we weren't watching TV, we were hanging out together, talking, we'd have dinner together. I never felt like we were 2 ships passing, that expression. I never felt that. I felt like we had a very strong relationship, even though our schedules didn't seem to jive.
And can you tell us, that Alex Jones said that Daniel never existed effectively, that you were actors, that you made the whole thing up because you have some motive, some kind of a motive, you're fakes. So can you just tell us a little bit of some stories about Daniel? Let's tell the jury a couple things about Daniel.
Well,
go ahead.
Daniel was our baby, and because of it, he got a lot of attention from James and Natalie. And I think because of that, he was he was definitely a rough and tumble. He was out there playing with the big boys. He'd get a bloody lip. He didn't care. But yet he was so compassionate and thoughtful and so aware of others. It was sometimes Mark and I would say, like, where did that come from? It was strange, the way he was. An example would be first day of, school, when he was in first grade, they would come home, you would talk to James, how was your first day? How's your teachers?
Daniel, you talk to James?
No, I would ask them. I would ask them questions about their first day. It's their first day of class. How were your teachers? What are you thinking? And James and Natalie always were, everything's great. They like their teachers. So in first grade, I asked Daniel, so what do you think of your teacher this year? And he says, I'm not sure. And I said, what do you mean you're not sure? And he goes, there was a little girl that was playing with her barrette, or she had it in her hand, and the teacher said, if you don't put that away, I'm going to take it from you. And I said, and he goes, don't you think that was a little threatening, Mom? He said, I just feel like she should have given her a warning. He said, I really didn't like the way the teacher talked to her. And I said, who's the little girl? And he says, I don't even know her name. But he really was, and I just thought, what kid thinks like that? He's 7, and he's worrying about some little girl that he thought was being threatened. And I had to explain to him, I'm a teacher. I said, Daniel, everyone's a little nervous. The teacher's trying to make the rules for the year, and, don't be so hard on the teacher. And he's like, okay, but he really, he felt that. He felt what that little girl, he didn't like that. He was always like, there would be a little bit of milk, he wouldn't finish it. I have to save some for the next person. He was always worrying about making, he would never go out the door first, you first. He was always trying to put people ahead of him.
Can we show the jury some pictures of this young gentleman? Let's show first I'm going to move to admit there's no objection, 584, 585, and 586. These are all just photos.
Correct, Judge, no objection.
Can we show 586? What, is everybody a Yankee fan? Oh, it's the Bronx, right. So tell us who we're looking at here.
It's James, Daniel in the middle, and Natalie.
Okay. And do you know roughly when this picture would have been taken?
It was I think it was in Stone Harbor. It was probably 2011 in the summer, Stone Harbor, New Jersey.
And can we look at 585? Okay. So that's you and Mark and
we were in our stairs. I don't really remember that picture being taken. I've seen it, but I don't really remember it being taken. I think it was probably, I'm guessing, around the holiday of Thanksgiving when we had family in 2012. We always did Thanksgiving. We hosted Thanksgiving. My sister would host Christmas, and I think one of my nieces took that. Mark probably remembers.
But you think it was Thanksgiving of 2012?
Yes.
And Daniel's school, obligatory school shot, I think, 584. Wow.
Yeah.
Was this a school picture?
Yes.
First grade?
Yeah.
All right. Now, Jackie, we're going to cover this very lightly, okay? I just want to ask you, I know you're a teacher, so you leave very early in the morning. When was the last time that you saw Daniel alive?
Well, I saw him briefly that morning. The night before, Mark was working Thursday night, so we spent time together. We had our little routine. I would be cleaning up the kitchen, and he would go up and pick 3 books, and he would wait
Who
up.
would, Mark or Daniel?
Daniel would wait upstairs in bed for me. He'd pick his 3 books. I would go up and read to him. So that Thursday, he went up to get his books, and I got distracted, and I got up there late, and it was like close to 9 o'clock, and I would really try to get them in bed much earlier than that. And I said, Daniel, I don't think we're going to have time to read. And what he would always do every night was he would hear me coming, and he would stick the 3 books under his pillow, and he would lay there and wait for me to come in, and I would say, where are your books? And he would say, I forgot to get them. And then I would put my head on the pillow, and I would feel them, and he would bust up laughing. He did this every night. So that happened. I said, I don't think I'm going to read to you tonight. It's so late. And he said, okay. And I said, I'm so sorry. And he said, that's okay, Mom. He would never argue or never get mad. And I just said, okay, I'll read 1 book. Because it was so, when he was sniffling, okay, Mom, you don't have to read to me. So, of course, I tried to pick the shortest book. And he said, I read that while I was waiting. And so I read him The Principal's New Clothes, was the 2nd shortest book. And we read the book, or I read the book to him. And I remember hugging him that night, and it being, I'm usually very distracted and trying to get everything done, and I'm thinking about lunches tomorrow. And I used to always be envious of Mark because he could really be in the moment and he could really take the kids in. But that night I do remember thinking, this is how it feels, because it was really the first time I don't know why, I hugged him, and I thought, this is the way Mark feels every time he hugs our kids, because I don't know what's weird. So that was the last night I had with him, and in the morning I would get up earlier, and usually I'd go downstairs to blow my hair because I didn't want to wake the kids. We had a little bathroom, and that morning he did come into me in the bathroom. He really liked the heat, and he would want me to blow him with my hair dryer. So he sat on the toilet while I was doing my hair, and was telling me about his new reading partner that he had at school. They had just changed reading partners.
And what were the plans for that weekend? Was he scheduled to go to a birthday party?
Daniel had a birthday party to go to. There was a little girl in his class that was celebrating their birthday. Again, Mark was much more involved with the school, and he knew the kids and he knew the parents, and I didn't. Right. So I remember that Thursday, before asking Daniel about this little girl and saying, like, so what do you play with? What do you do with her? What do you talk about? And he said, oh, Mommy, she doesn't talk. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, she doesn't talk, but she's really good at listening. He says, I talk to her. I know she hears me. I mean, he just didn't think that he just accepted what somebody was.
I'm sorry to ask you that there obviously came a time that you found out something had happened at the school. Is that right?
I was in my 2nd grade classroom, and normally I turn my phone off, but for some reason it was ringing, and it was I think a robocall. So I called Mark and told him that I had received the call, and he said, I'll look into it. And then I think I called him again, and he was still trying to figure out what was happening. And then at that point, I was taken out of my classroom, and I sat with my principal. I didn't know how serious it was, so I didn't leave right away. I remember thinking initially it must be like the high school. Maybe a parent was upset, and it was, you know, I didn't realize that it was in Daniel's school. And then when I did find out it was in Daniel's school, I'm such a denial person that immediately I just thought, he's fine. It's Daniel. He's different. I remember saying that to my principal. Daniel's a different kid. You know, he's going to be fine.
Can you just tell us what hours, if you were at the firehouse, and just what hours you were there? If you recall.
I think I probably left the school at, like, I'm guessing.
You're talking about your school?
My school in New York, in Pauling, New York. It's about 50 minutes away. I think I left there at maybe 11. I don't really remember. And I think we were there till, I'm guessing, 4, 3, 4. I don't, again, everything's really a blur.
And obviously the plans changed and you had to make accommodations for what happened. Do you want to give us just an overview of that?
Of what happened after?
Well, you had to make arrangements for, like, what happened at the Barden household?
Well, we were driven home by, you know, a state trooper, and our kids, Natalie and James, were at a neighbor's house. So,
were they in the school?
No, they were
older.
in different schools. They were each in a different school. Newtown has intermediate and then middle school. So people started coming to our house. By 6 o'clock, our house was filled with people. And then we had to get Natalie and James and tell them.
Now, Jackie, did there come a time when you became aware of something happening in the community or the world or your world that was related to something about you being an actor, a fraud, faker?
Well,
something along those lines.
I don't know the sequence of events. I remember when hearing about Robbie being attacked, Robbie Parker.
Who told you?
I don't remember. I was aware. I don't know if I saw it on television or I read it or someone told me. I just remember thinking, how can that be?
And you know, at least from being in court, that InfoWars was on the air on the 15th attacking Robbie Parker?
I don't really remember.
You never knew that, right?
I just remember someone attacking Robbie Parker. I also remember Mark had Mark being a musician, he had a markbarden.com. It was his music post. It was basically if anyone wanted to find out where he was playing, or he would put snippets of music on. And I remember him getting upset because people started coming onto his music page and making statements about being phony and actor, and a lot of the stuff he kept from me. So I would get little snippets of just what he was going through. I also started becoming aware he had YouTube channels, and that was another place that, he would post the kids playing together, being that, music was so important to him. Natalie sang, Daniel was the little drummer, and James played bass. And he would post things on his YouTube channel, and nobody ever commented. It was basically for friends and family. It wasn't anything, but he started getting attacked on that.
And did you describe Mark I'm picturing a Grateful Dead guitar player and a pretty...
Mark's like the calmest person.
And did you notice a change in Mark's behavior or...
Yes,
personality?
definitely.
Can you tell the jury about
Yeah.
that?
Well, I mean, he would get really angry when he would find these comments, you know, that here they were saying that Daniel was, I mean, there were different things. Daniel was never existed. Our son James was Daniel. And we're trying to, you know, pretend that we had a loss. Or some people would write about that we killed Daniel. I mean, it was crazy stuff that they were posting. And Mark would just get really angry, and you know, he started becoming like, you know, we moved to Connecticut. We wanted to get out of the city. We used to like leave our windows open. That stopped. It was like the windows were down at night, especially. He would put the blinds, he would close the curtains. He was always afraid somebody was going to be looking in the house. You know, when we would go shopping, he would, you know, be scanning and looking around to see if anybody looked at him in a weird way. You know, I used to, you know, we used to kind of, I mean, not get into a fight, but I'd say, like, we need to go and buy this. Like, you're preoccupied. He would become preoccupied with worrying about who's around him.
Was this like him, or was this something that you didn't observe before?
He was, like you said, a Grateful Dead, peace, love. I mean, he's very protective of his family. I mean, very protective. So I think he felt like he had to protect us. And he was always, especially if he was with James and Natalie, like Natalie would even know, because she would say like, oh, I don't want to go to the store, or I don't want to do this, because she was afraid that he might be, she could tell the difference in him too.
So the kids, or at least Natalie, you say, started to notice a difference in...
I think so. I definitely think that he's hyper-vigilant. He's always just very aware of his surroundings. Just the other day, we were driving into our neighborhood, and there was a car in front of us, and he slows down because he wants to see where the car is going. If they're going to slow down by our house, you know, he slowed down. They passed our house, and then it was fine. But he was aware of that car.
Did you and Mark get threatening letters or letters that gave you concern for your safety?
Yeah, there was letters. Again, he didn't show me a lot of stuff, so I'm not sure exactly. But there were letters.
Do you know whether? And Mark's going to testify. He's the last plaintiff to testify this afternoon, and in the case. But he's going to testify. But to your understanding, was Mark engaged in law enforcement in relationship to threats he was getting online? Or did he keep that from you?
No, I mean, I know that he did show me one letter, and it talked about, he showed me maybe two, I'm not sure. I remember one saying that they were at Daniel's grave and they had peed on his grave because they didn't think anybody, you know, they didn't believe that Daniel was buried. And another
letter. These letters
letter
came to your home?
What's that?
These letters came to your home?
And then another letter was that they were going to dig Daniel's grave up because he wasn't there to prove it. So those were two that I know. I don't know other stuff. I know my sister has gone to Daniel's grave and has pulled up, and people will.
Say, Judge.
Okay.
Not you. Go ahead. You can continue, Jackie.
She has pulled up, and people will leave his grave, and she'll say, you know, she had a bad feeling. She would share with us that it was an uncomfortable situation. And
did you and Mark take steps to protect the children from becoming aware of these threatening letters and other hostile.
We really tried to not share any of that with them.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we tried to make our household as happy and light as possible. They had just lost their brother, and we really tried to hold it together. I remember saying, like, they have to have a happy childhood. We had worked so hard at that, and we didn't want that to be taken from them. So we really kind of protected them from a lot of stuff.
And so the shooting had occurred, and now you had to protect them from this other forces out there, people infected with these lies who believe you were so despicable that you would fake your own
Right.
death.
Yeah, it was enough that they lost their brother, that they didn't really need to know then that their father was being attacked and that we were being accused. I mean, I did remember looking on, and I don't know what the webpage was, but there was a webpage that, was pictures of the three of them, and they would circle James and say, this is, really Daniel. And there was another picture of my sister and her husband and Daniel, and we would go to my sister's house for dinner, and they would, this person isn't real, and that was another website that I remember coming across.
Can I ask you about, and so I think I'm getting the impression that you're not don't have as much of an online presence as some other people.
No, I mean, I have Facebook, but that's it. My niece started a page for our son, Daniel. What would Daniel do? Probably like in January of 2013.
And tell us about that. Are you actively
No.
review that?
Yes, it started with her. My niece has a 16. At the time, her daughter was 16, and the daughter was in high school, and there was somebody that was kind of a loner. And her daughter said, what would Daniel do if he saw somebody that was alone? So she went up to him and had a very short little conversation, just checking in, hi, I'm Mariah, and they spoke, and she went about her day. And later in the day, this boy came up to her and said, thank you. Thanks for just saying hello to me. It meant a lot. So Mariah went back to her mother and said this, and my niece said, Mariah said, I thought of Daniel, and I kind of reached out. And so Jackie started this Facebook page, and it was all about kindness and including others, and telling stories of Daniel and all these things that he would do. Pictures of him, pictures of the family. It was just, so Jackie started saying that there are some people on there that would make comments, and she was very good about, she would just block them. And she had to block over 100 people.
They hit that pretty hard, didn't they?
Yeah. There's an awful lot of nice, good, caring people. She would always highlight that to me, Jackie, there's so many good people out there, and
right.
you just, but it was over 100 times that she would had to block.
And that was back then. At some point, you got that count. Is What Would Daniel Do still up and running? And
Yeah.
and does that give you comfort in terms of being a memory of Daniel?
Sure,
right?
yes.
Pretending that I saw the time, but I can't see it. And thank you, Jackie, for describing your observations about Mark, about this difficult time. I want to ask you something about your children, though. You said Mark was very protective. I'm guessing you're a close second.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, are your children, James and Natalie, tell us a little bit, are they the same kind of person? Are they different? Do they?
They're different. James is, he's in his last year of college now. He's kind of quiet to himself. I mean, I don't know, he's a typical boy, you know, nothing kind of, he doesn't get too ruffled by things. Although he did get a phone call from someone late at night on his own when he was in college, and it turned out to be a hoaxer in Utah. We don't know how they got his phone. So he called Mark. I'm not really even sure what went on, but he called Mark. And
what's that like as a parent? Was that distressing?
Terrifying. And for them to, and they spoke to him, and he didn't realize even who they were. They were trying to, they were asking him questions, and he being polite, he was answering questions. And then he called Mark and said it was kind of strange. Somebody called me late at night. They said that they knew you, and I think Mark kind of found out who they were. And
so Mark dealt with that.
So Mark dealt with that.
Now you have Mark has a relationship with both James and Natalie, but when Natalie calls, does she?
She has a very good relationship with Mark, but she definitely comes, she tells me more of her personal things.
And how old is Natalie now?
Natalie's 20.
And so how old, so she would have been like 10 or 11 at 10, and she's in college, right?
She's
you
in
don't have to say
college.
where, by the way.
Yeah.
I know that you're anxious about that.
Yeah.
But can you tell the jury, from your observations as Natalie's mother,
how she does? She has a lot of anxiety. She has a lot of fear. When she's at home, going back, while she was in high school, when she would be at home, if Mark and I went out to dinner, she would be calling us, when are you coming home? When are you coming home? If she's home by herself, she's really, really stressed. She would never take a shower if she was the only person in the house, because she's very afraid of being home alone. She'll look out just to watch for cars. Even when we're watching TV, she'll say, "Did you hear that?" She's like, check to see if there's a car. She's always afraid a car is going to be pulling into our driveway.
Was she like this before you and others were being accused of being actors and faking? No. Okay, so it was only.
I don't know when it started, but it was a gradual thing. One time we had a light out by our driveway, and somebody was coming in, pulled up, and they wanted, I guess they thought that the light was shining too brightly and it was distracting, and they just wanted to let us know, maybe you should move that light. And she went nuts, like freaked out. It was dark. Don't get the door. Don't get the door. She was afraid that somebody was coming for us.
And do you know how she became aware of what was going on out there? You guys tried to protect her, right? But
we did. We didn't even think she was going to go to college. We knew she was going to go to college, but we were afraid that she wasn't going to be able to handle being away. And it was heartbreaking to learn that she realized when she went to college, she felt better. She said, when I come home, I'm afraid. When I'm in college, nobody knows who I am. And we felt terrible. We thought we should have moved because we didn't realize that. We really didn't at the time and I don't think she realized that. She didn't realize until she went away that she was better in college. She'll say, I feel better when I'm at a friend's house because nobody knows who I am, but when I'm home, I feel like I'm a target. And we did think about moving, but the kids really wanted to stay in the house. But it was like we didn't know what to do.
So she's not as comfortable in her own home as she is
No.
in college because she can be more anonymous and
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Wow.
And so
is that hard on you?
It's terrible. It's terrible to think your 20-year-old daughter is so afraid. Or that when she comes home, she's so afraid.
And Jackie, and thank you again. Did you recently learn that despite your best efforts to protect Natalie,
Yeah, well,
something had happened?
we always thought that she didn't know a lot of the stuff, but our phones are connected. I don't know, I don't really understand technology, but I think we have the same Apple ID. So a lot of times, like Mark's phone will ring and it'll be Natalie's friend on the phone. You know, he can see Natalie's, and he's like, oh, that call is for her. And she just told us a few weeks ago, she said, I remember seeing Mark took a photo of the letter saying that they wanted to dig Daniel's grave up. And she had seen it on her phone, on the phone. And we didn't know. She never told us. But she said, I knew that Dad was getting threats. But we didn't know that she knew.
You didn't know that until 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
She kept that?
Yeah. We didn't know, but she just kind of matter-of-factly said, oh, yeah, I knew that he was getting threats. I remember seeing it on the phone, about that letter. And
she kept that from you for years? She didn't tell you?
No. We were both shocked when she told us that she knew about that letter.
As a parent, were you?
Oh, heartbreaking. That's all you want to do is protect your child.
And she was trying to protect you?
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Jackie.
Attorney Pattis?
No questions, Judge.
All right, you may
Thank
step
you.
down, just watch your step. So this is good timing. We will take our lunch. You will return at 2 p.m. If you are going out, I don't know what the weather is like out there, but boy, it looks pretty windy. The trees are blowing. Just be careful to avoid the front steps of the courthouse. There may be media or press coverage there, and I certainly want to make sure that you don't overhear anything that you shouldn't be overhearing, so we can avoid any problems like that. I know you have the entrance that you come in and out, so try to steer clear of the front steps of the courthouse. You'll continue to obey your rules of juror conduct, and Ron will collect your notepads, and I hope you have a nice lunch. Recess?
All right.
ready for our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ron. I actually remember just from this because I remember you reminded me. Yeah, so if you could do like the next 5, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Now, can I just give you a heads up of what we're going to do next?
Yes, sir.
We're going to play a number of video clips, probably take about 5 minutes, and then we're going to call Mark Barden.
All right, and do you expect any issues with the clips, or will they be, is it the same issue that we had with the one earlier today?
Oh, these aren't deposition, these are Alex Jones broadcast clips.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you said that.
And we have prepared the 2 transcripts of the other depositions that were played that had poor sound. Those are marked as 356A, testimony of Josh Owens, 336A, transcript of David Jones' testimony. So those are prepared and we can offer those.
And Attorney Pattis has seen them or not yet? Well, you'll talk to them, let me know. You are. Good afternoon, everybody, welcome back. Good afternoon. The record will reflect that our 9 jurors have returned. Thank you, please be seated. Thank you, everyone. Whenever you're ready, Maddie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to our next witness, which will be Mark Barden, the plaintiffs would like to play a series of video exhibits for the jury, beginning with Exhibit 17. Exhibit 17, Your Honor, is already in evidence as a broadcast of the Alex Jones Show dated May 13th, 2014, titled Bombshell, Sandy Hook Massacre was a DHS illusion, says school safety expert.
Very well.
I mean, what are the big smoking guns? Because I know you're inside this investigation, but for folks out there, what are the red flags?
Well, the red flag is that you're looking at $29 million. You got the United Way, Sandy Hook Promise, and there are 39 other community nonprofit organizations within Newtown which received a lot of funds. For example, the animal shelter in Newtown, Sandy Hook. Alex, they got $450,000 from the Sandy Hook shooting. Now, what does an animal shelter have to do with this?
I understand. You're saying the motive for the locals to go along with the fraud is money.
Thank you. We'd now like to play clip 17F from the same broadcast, May 13th, 2014.
You got parents laughing like, watch this, and then going, method acting, like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. You got coroners that start laughing, and I don't mean uncomfortably, I mean like laughing with the state police when they're giving press conferences. I mean, it just is the fakest thing since the $3 bill. And you better get ready for more of it, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor. What we'd now like to play is Exhibit 19I from a broadcast of the Alex Jones Show several months later on September 25th, 2014, titled FBI Says Nobody Killed at Sandy Hook Massacre, featuring Wolfgang Halbig.
Would they stage this? I don't know. Do penguins live in Antarctica? Wolfgang W. Halbig's our guest, former state police officer, then worked for the Customs Department, and then over the last decades created one of the biggest, most successful school safety training groups, and he just has gone and investigated, and it's as phony as a $3 bill.
Your Honor, I'd now like to display for the jury an excerpt from Alex Jones's deposition. This will be Exhibit 373F.
373, F as in Frank?
Yes.
Thank you.
and I'll read this.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was 370 what?
373F.
373. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Jones, we both just heard the same video clip. Am I correct that you are on there now in October 26, 2017, continuing your claim that Sandy Hook is as phony as a $3 bill, right? Answer, I mean, that is what I said. Question, and then just a month later, on November 27th, 2017, you are talking about the Vegas shooting. Mr. Jones, what we are trying to show you is a video you published on November 27, 2017, a month after again referring to Sandy Hook as phony as a $3 bill, in which you are commenting on the Las Vegas shooting. Your Honor, we would now offer as Exhibit 44A that video, which is a broadcast of the Alex Jones Show, dated November 27th, 2017. I understand this is without objection.
It is. I think it's previously been admitted. I made a mistake on it.
It is not. 44A is not fully clear.
No objection.
Okay, let's play 44A, please.
So let's talk to Amanda in Tennessee. You're on the air. What about Tucker Carlson and a helicopter? News, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering, he had a video that he obtained, I guess, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it looked like debris, like snow blowing across the video, or over half of it. And he said it was due to a helicopter hovering over that area, but he never went into why there was a helicopter there for so long.
You're talking about during the Vegas shooting?
Yes.
Well, I know the FBI went and picked up the caller you heard earlier when he talks about it being an Islamic attack. There are big shootings all over town and helicopters being used. And the FBI showed up. They drugged the guy and they declared national security. He's had to leave the country just over that. So do you think they'd be having the FBI in his house in 2 hours after he called in about that if it was just a rumor? No, they don't want that discussed. So Vegas is as phony as a $3 bill or as Obama's birth certificate.
Wow. Mm-mm.
Isn't that crazy?
That is so crazy.
Now, Your Honor, I'd like to pull back up 373F for the final part of that exchange. Question, that was you on there, right, Mr. Jones? Answer, uh-huh. Your Honor, with that, we call Mark Barden.
Very well.
Sorry.
Your Honor, with that, we call Mark Barden.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Beautiful coming up. And just remain standing if you don't mind, and Mr. Poirot will swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
I just need you to state your name, slowly spell your last name for the record, and then the county, state that you live in.
My name is Mark Barden, B-A-R-D-E-N, and I live in
Fairfield County,
Connecticut.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, Attorney.
Yes.
Mr. Attorney.
Your wife was on earlier, right, Jackie?
Yes, she was.
And was it difficult to hear her explain what Alex Jones' lies have done to your family?
It was excruciating to hear my wife in what I know to be such genuine, heartbreaking pain.
Mark, during the lunch break, did you have occasion to look out the window?
Yeah. I did.
Tell the jury what you saw.
We looked out from the window upstairs, and we saw Alex Jones holding a press conference out here on the front steps or on the sidewalk in front of the courthouse just now. It may still be going on as we sit here now.
You saw Alex Jones holding a press conference at the steps of this courthouse.
I did.
Was Alex Jones in this courtroom when Jackie, your wife, told the jury what has happened to her as a result of his lies?
Alex Jones was not here present in this courtroom when Jackie was explaining what has happened to her over the last 10 years.
And to your family?
No. He was not here for that.
We turn to a lighter subject, your childhood, maybe. Can you just tell the jury a little bit about, we heard about the big clan from the Giblin family. Can you tell the jury about your own upbringing as your character is under attack in this case?
So I grew up in Yonkers, New York. My father used to do technical drawings or blueprint diagrams for a company called TCI, Technical. It was a small family-owned company, and he used to do diagrams and manuals for equipment, industrial equipment, printing presses, and so on. And my mom had a couple of different jobs. She was working way back when I was very young, as an answering service, at an answering service, plugging in the wires into the all in Yonkers. And then she was working for the plastics coloring manufacturing company, Ampeset in Mount Vernon. She was doing the payroll for them. And I grew up as almost like an only child, as the youngest of three boys. My two older brothers were 15 and 16 years older than I am. So I was almost like an only child growing up. I went to PS 16 in Yonkers, and then Sacred Heart High School, also in Yonkers. And then, interestingly, coincidentally, started my college journey at Mercy College in Dobbs Ferry, New York.
And actually, Jackie said that she went to Mercy, but was she ahead of you or after you?
She was after me.
And from there on in, I understand she was ahead of you.
Always ahead of me.
And did you finish then at Mercy your 4 years, or did you decide to go in a different direction?
No, so I was playing music. I was so just to back up a little bit. Full disclosure: in my high school years, I was much more focused on playing guitar and music than I was on academics. And I'd be supposed to be doing homework, and I was actually practicing guitar, and that carried into my first foray into college. And that just didn't go so well. I was playing in bands, and that's really all I wanted to do. And my cousin Carl, who grew up in Yonkers and New Rochelle, he and I are closer than brothers, and we had a band together in New Rochelle. And his family moved to that little town that Jackie referred to earlier, DeLand, Florida. And we thought, that would be cool if I moved down there too, and we started our band up down there, and that was the plan, and that's how I actually wound up moving down to DeLand, Florida. While there, while playing music at night, I resumed my academic studies at Daytona Beach Community College, but then still did not yet finish until after we were married, and I moved back here and finished at, again, one of Jackie's alma maters, Lehman College in the Bronx, part of the City University of New York, and I finally got my degree in composition.
Music composition?
Music composition.
So that was about a 10-year gap or something like that?
Yeah, about that.
And during that time, you were essentially a full-time musician?
Yes.
Or as much full-time as you could muster?
Yeah.
And you spent, I think we learned from Jackie that you spent some time in Nashville? Or were we not there yet?
Well, it depends on where you want to go in the chronology, but yeah, I moved from DeLand to Nashville to really kind of seriously focus on music, and I had a good successful time with my music there. in what I called success. I didn't want to be the star. I didn't want to be the front person. I really always wanted to be the side guy and support the song and support the artist, which I was able to do in Nashville and tour with a lot of country artists and really enjoyed learning that genre as well as continuing to focus on other genres so that I could be more hireable and go tour with R&B bands or rock and roll bands or country bands. And so, yeah, my whole time in Nashville, I was very fortunate to be working a lot. And in the middle of that time, I was touring with a band called the Cox Family, and they were kind of a bluegrass gospel band from Louisiana. And I was their lead guitar player and their band leader. And we had just celebrated my parents' 50th wedding anniversary. And I had just gotten this gig with the Cox Family, and my dad was so proud of me for getting that gig, and he used to always ask me to tell the story about the audition and all of that. And it was only a short time on the road with that band when I got a notice that my father had been taken to a hospital and he had had a massive stroke, and he passed away in 1996, and I had to kind of come off that tour. And as Jackie testified earlier, I was spending a lot of time coming up from Nashville to be with my mom, who married very young. She was 22 when she married my father, and it was the first time she had ever been alone in her life. So I was trying to balance my career and being in Yonkers with my mom as much as I could, and that's when I met Jackie.
And maybe I shouldn't ask you this. Was it love at first sight for you as well, or not? And if you don't want to answer, that's okay.
No, I do. Jackie told that story of mutual friends whose words were, "If these two ever meet, it'll be history," and they were right. And we met not knowing that they had thought that about us before we met and at that party. And I still remember that sparkle and that wit, and I just felt so comfortable with her. I just felt like she was my person in that meeting, and that's how we just developed that relationship, literally over the phone. For the next, 2 years, just talking a lot on the phone and meeting when we could. She came to Nashville a few times to visit. I was going up to the Northeast a bunch, and then we decided we just have to do this for the rest of our lives. And she still has that beautiful sparkle, and I still love it just as much.
Did you sell her any CDs, or could you get her to buy any of your CDs, or not?
I never, no. I made, this was cassette tapes. I made Christmas tapes for my family. I wasn't selling any CDs. I didn't get to that level.
So Jackie lied on the stand when she said CDs.
No, I had CDs by other artists in a lunchbox, a styrofoam lunchbox. Those were not my CDs.
Were they pirated CDs?
No, they were commercially available.
Okay. So Jackie did a lot of the legwork here. At some point, you had kids. You moved to Pauling, is that right?
Yeah.
And is that where the kids spent their early years? Did I miss a step there?
So no, that's right. We started in the upstairs at her brother's house in Yorktown Heights, and then we were there for about a year, and then we moved to the townhouse in Pauling, and all three kids were born while we lived there. But Daniel was only there for a few months before we went to Ridgefield to house sit for her sister.
Can you tell us, Mark, if somebody said, what was Daniel like? I know you have the website, What Would Daniel Do? We've learned a lot about him, actually, but can you tell us a story about Daniel that is special to you?
There are many. But as Jackie testified earlier, he was very aware about others. He had a deep, very evolved sense of compassion. It was a beautiful thing to watch. His teachers would tell us, Daniel's the first one to help. If a kid needs help or if I need help, Daniel's right there. And you love to hear that as a parent, that your child is being a good citizen when they're out of the home. But he did have this beautiful sense of empathy and concern and care for others. And one of my many stories that I like to tell about Daniel was we were driving Natalie to her piano lessons. And this was like the week before the shooting. And we were looking at the Christmas lights. and listening to Christmas music. And Natalie and Daniel, James was not with us on this trip, but we were in the minivan listening to Christmas music and singing along and having a great time on the way to Natalie's piano lesson. And this song comes on, and you've probably heard this song. It's about a young little boy who's in line at a department store to buy shoes for his mother, who's in the terminal stages of an illness, and Christmas shoes, and he wants her to look pretty when she goes to meet Jesus. And I notice as I'm driving, that song is playing, and I'm just thinking it's one of the Christmas songs you hear at that time of year, and it's very quiet in the back. And so I look in the rearview mirror, and there's little Daniel just staring out the window with tears rolling down his cheeks, because he's listening to the lyrics of this song, and he's feeling for that kid and that family. And as Jackie says, and we used to say this all the time, like, what 7-year-old kid thinks like that? And it's heartbreaking, but it's beautiful that he had such an evolved sense of compassion for other people, and his life was filled with those moments of deep, genuine compassion, where he was really feeling for other people.
Can we show a picture?
I would love to share a picture.
No, we have one. We can show.
No, I know. I mean, I'm reaching for my glasses, which I guess.
Oh, I thought you were reaching for your.
No,
stash.
I haven't admitted anything of my own.
$5.96.
Full exhibit, Ron?
Yeah.
$5.96 is not.
We offer it. I don't believe there's
No objection, Judge.
Very well.
It was a very typical moment. He was a very affectionate little boy.
And about what year would you say this was, Marco?
I'm going to say probably 2011.
Can you tell by the hairstyle, your hairstyle, or?
I'm constantly reinventing my hairstyle. I don't know. I'm going to say 2010 or 11. I think that was when we were visiting Jackie's sister Christine and her family on their vacation.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's not the description I have for $5.96.
Oops. What did you have, Ron?
I have Daniel Barden and his siblings as $5.96.
Well, that's a scandal.
All right, so we'll
we adjust. We can swap
We'll
those
deal
out.
with that.
Sure.
Thank you. I apologize
Thank you, Ron.
for the bad site. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, it doesn't have an exhibit sticker on it. That's my bad. All right. Oh, it does. So we probably have two 596.
Or
But
just a bad description. We'll fix it later.
Yeah, okay.
I can change the description.
Just so the record
This
is,
$5.96.
the record is clear, Attorney Pattis, you had no objection to this exhibit.
Nor do you.
Okay.
Nor the other, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mark, we heard that you. We can take this out. We heard that you were essentially the caretaker of the children while Jackie was teaching for a period of years. Is that right?
Yes.
How many years was that up until December of 2014?
It was probably the whole time that I was playing music at night, as Jackie testified earlier. I was doing my gigs at night and on the weekends, and so yeah, I was up with the kids early and with them throughout their day, and as they were going to school, taking them to the bus, and I was just the kind of the Mr. Mom, the stay-at-home dad during the day with the kids, and Daniel as the third, as the youngest. He was the last one to be home during the day, and I had other music work. I don't just show up at a gig and play. I had to prepare things, constantly preparing things, and that's what I would do when they were in school. But Daniel was the youngest, and he and I had the very fortunate experience of having a lot of quality time, just the two of us, while James and Natalie were in school. And we used to do all kinds of fun stuff. And we used to play cards and read books and play music and go see trains and go see airplanes and play soccer and play foosball and just go on and on and on. And I used to tell him, I used to say, I really enjoy your company. He was just fun. He was smart. He was articulate. He noticed things. He appreciated things. And right now in our driveway is our van that's finally quit. It's the last vehicle that he rode around in. And that van is in the driveway, and the CDs that we used to listen to are still in it. And I haven't been able to listen to them since. To give you a sense of what we were listening to, we had a Barney CD in there. No, was it Barney? It was what's that pizza place? Chuck E. Cheese. They gave out CDs. We had that in there. We also had an Alison Krauss CD in there. We had a Steely Dan CD in there. And when I'd go through the radio dial, I would say, "Stop me when you want to listen to something." And I'd go through all kinds of music, and invariably it would be symphonic music. Stop there. I want to hear the ones with all the instruments. And I'm sorry, I could just go on and on.
It's okay.
I cherished every minute, not knowing what was coming. Just having that opportunity to spend that kind of quality time with all of my children. But for Daniel and me, we had a special thing. James and I had a special thing. Natalie and I have a special thing. But Daniel, because of logistics, he and I spent a lot of time in those last few years, just the two of us.
Can you tell? We heard a lot about Natalie and how she's been affected by all of this stuff, for lack of a better word. But can you tell us about the relationship between Natalie and Daniel?
Excuse me. Natalie and Daniel had a wonderful relationship. They used to play together all the time. I remember, Jackie will remember this, when they came down from upstairs dressed as a bride and groom. Natalie was the groom and Daniel was the bride. And they were doing a wedding thing, and they were probably they were very little, and they used to have their little secrets, and they used to giggle about us. And I remember Daniel saying to Natalie about us. We would sing a little song to illustrate a point, and he'd say, "They have a song for everything." Yeah, it was a really happy little house. We used to play Big Fat Daddy on Saturday mornings and do Saturday morning living room dancing, and we had it made.
Jackie had told us about the night before and Daniel's little stunt with his 3 books, and that was their thing. But she left early in the morning. Can you tell the jury what was happening in the Barden household on the morning of 12/14/12?
Yeah. Just to build on Jackie's story, we used to trade off doing books at night, and I used to love that. I used to love doing books. And so the night before that Friday, so Thursday the 13th, I had a gig, and I came home, 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever, and I went around and kissed them all on their little heads, and Daniel was laying there, as he often would, with his covers off of him in his little Yankees pajamas. We're not big Yankees fans. I know it looks that way, but he had his little Yankees short pajamas. And I can remember exactly how he was laying, and I kissed his little forehead, and I went to bed myself. And so the next morning, the 3 kids, James was in middle school, Natalie was in intermediate school, and Daniel was in elementary. So there were 3 different schools, 3 different buses. And I would walk them each to their bus. And so James's bus was first at 6:30, I think, was his bus. So we'd be walking out of the house at 6:15. And I hear footsteps behind us, and, it's like the sun isn't even up yet. And I hear it's little Daniel put on flip-flops, and he still has those little short pants and short T-shirt Yankees pajamas on. It's December. And he's running out behind us. I'm like, "What are you doing up?" And he said, "Can I come to the bus with you? I want to hug James and tell him I love him." So I put him on my shoulders to keep him a little warmer, and we walked James to the bus, and he did just that. He wrapped his little arms around him and gave him a sweet hug, told him he loved him. And Daniel and I walked back to the house, and Natalie wasn't up yet. I said, "It's still dark. You can go back to bed." And he said, "No, why don't we cuddle? We have more time for cuddling." So we got on our old red couch, and we cuddled, and we turned the Christmas tree on. And Daniel says, "Look at the window, Dad. You can see the sunrise, how beautiful it is. And our Christmas tree lights are reflecting in the window with the beautiful sunrise behind it." Again, I thought, what kid, 7-year-old, thinks like that? So I ran and got the camera, and I took a picture of the sunrise that morning. I still have that picture. I wish I had taken a picture of Daniel. But he had to walk Natalie to the bus and do the same ritual with her. And we got back to the house, and at some point in this, Jackie was getting ready, and he was in the bathroom getting warmed up with a hairdryer. And then after Jackie left, he had oatmeal, and he said, "Can you show me how to play something on the piano?" Out of nowhere. And he had been watching Natalie's piano lessons, so he knew how to sit. He wanted to make sure he held his little hands just the right way. He was making sure his posture was right. So I taught him how to play Jingle Bells, and he played it beautifully. And I just thought that he's already the drummer in our band. He's already very in tune with music. He's going to be a great musician. And so we walked to the bus, and we talked about how we were having family pizza. We had pizza night on Friday nights with 2 other families in our neighborhood, and we were looking forward to that. It's going to be a great Friday night. And then I put him on the bus. And I know I hugged him and kissed him and told him I loved him. But I had no way of knowing it would be the last time.
Were you the kind of family that locked their doors and were looking over your shoulder or suspicious wherever you went?
Not at all.
Anxious?
Oh, Jackie and I were from the city, and we just thought we had hit the jackpot living in this little neighborhood with other families, with other little kids. There was a family down the street that had the same 3 age and gender kids as us. We just thought we hit the jackpot. And we bragged about being, we just didn't think about locking our cars. We didn't think about locking our windows. We slept with the windows open at night. And it was intentional. And we felt so fortunate that we were able to do that and provide that kind of an environment to raise our children in. And we used to say that. We used to take walks around our block and say, we're so lucky we get to do this and raise our kids here. We really appreciated it. We never took any of that for granted. So yeah, we relished in that, in the opportunity to live where we lived.
Mark, I'm going to skip a little more over the next couple days because Jackie talked about it, I think. I don't mean any disrespect, but
None taken. Thank you.
I want to ask you whether, first of all, had you ever heard of Alex Jones?
No.
I assume that your family or your extended family never aggrieved him in any way?
No.
As far as you know.
As far as I know, nobody had heard of him.
But had anybody ever done anything to him?
No.
Did you even know who he was?
No.
And did there come a time, Mark, when you became aware that the community, the greater community or public or the world in which you were living, that there was a lie going around about you being an actor, about Sandy Hook being a staged event, about Daniel being a fraud and never existed, and things like that?
I became aware of that. I had a little website, markbardenmusic.com, that I loved because I could share snippets of my music, pictures, and I had a calendar where my gigs were coming up, and I had pictures of the kids on there, and there was a guest book where people could write in. And I started getting this stuff on there. Jackie mentioned this earlier, like, you're a liar, you're a fraud, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? It was just completely foreign. I didn't understand where it was coming from, why it was coming. And it was really hurtful because my little music website was, I've never had a Facebook page in my life. I had a little YouTube thing, again, to share music and family stuff, but not really a social media person. Anyone who knows me will tell you that, usually with a laugh. So,
did you become increasingly disturbed by that, and did it start to consume you?
Yeah, it was disturbing that there were these anonymous people out there that were, and during this time, this was horror beyond anything we could ever imagine. Trying to deal with the fact that our little boy had just been shot to death in his first grade classroom, and how to literally manage from one minute to the next, like literally manage from one minute to the next, and then also still be parents to James and Natalie. and still be strong for them and still give them some sense of normalcy in what we didn't understand. Listening to some of these other families testify, I can so relate to Robbie Parker saying my compass was spinning around, I had no idea where I was, or David Wheeler saying I was underwater and completely disoriented. I get all of that. We were there. And to then have to navigate what is that noise that coming onto my little music site that, again, I just felt was kind of precious and sacred. And then they started. I had a picture of like one of my little days at home with Daniel. Just for fun, we had a little bath in the kitchen sink, and I had taken a picture of it because it was adorable. And somebody came on the website saying that picture was actually, excuse me, but that was a picture of Daniel after I had dismembered him and killed him myself. And that picture was me mocking everyone else with the fact that I had murdered my son and taken a picture of him in the sink. You can't make this up. Somebody did, but this is what we were all trying to deal with. And I see that stuff, and we finally had to let the website go because this hateful stuff, threatening stuff, dangerous stuff was coming in. So we just shut it off.
But you did, I think we heard about letters that were sent to the home.
Yep.
And did there come a time or several times where you contacted the FBI and Ashley Hall had been assigned to the
Yes.
This lying, the effects of these lies?
Yeah, and I will be completely honest. I have no idea of the chronology of a lot of this, but at some point during 2013, we started getting more attacks, and we started looking for like, what are people saying, or who are these people, and trying to get our head around how large is this, because it was coming and coming, and we were getting letters in our mailbox, and started seeing things online with clearly death threats. And so, yeah, we were sharing things with the FBI. We were sharing things with Newtown Police Department, like, what is this? And it looks scary and dangerous. And at the same time, I was trying to keep it all quiet from Jackie. And some of it I kept quiet from Jackie, and all of it we really tried to hide from James and Natalie. Because, like I said, we were just trying to go from one minute to the next to try to support them through this horror without having to expose them to this really scary stuff.
And we heard Jackie tell us about the recent news to you that despite those efforts, that Natalie had evidently seen one of these threatening letters.
Yeah.
Had you tried to protect her from that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was like, I did not want, I secretly took that to the police and did not, and I told the police, this can't get out because my kids can't know that this is happening. And lo and behold, we just learned that Natalie had actually seen that letter and just to give you a little context.
Well, there you go.
Fire drills. All right, we'll take a recess. All right. All right, so I'm told that someone pulled the fire alarm in the garage, and I plan on just telling the jury that, so they're not left to wonder. Any objection?
None.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just want to thank the court and the marshals for doing such a calm and professional job of getting.
Well, you beat me to it, so I was going to do that in front of the jury. I wish I had I don't take my phone out here with me, obviously. I wish I had filmed how professionally the marshals did their jobs. One attached themselves to the jury, and the other ones attached themselves to you folks.
Really excellent.
And it doesn't get any better than that.
And I just want to say, it did make a difference to the families, because obviously this is a very nerve-wracking situation. Something
Thank
like
you.
this.
And I was going to say that in front of the jury, but I will.
Sorry, you can still do it, Judge. They didn't
But I
really say-
noticed that I'm going to commend him, or one juror who always holds the door, held that door the whole time for everyone to file out, didn't stop them. Okay, Ron.
Or do you want to address it first?
No, he can come back on the stand now if he wants, or he can wait. Whatever you're most comfortable with. And obviously, you help yourself to the water there if you
Thank
like.
you. I will.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. That's one way to take the afternoon recess. Please be seated. Council stipulate that our entire panel is back.
Yes, sir.
So please be seated. So I told the attorneys already, and I'll tell you now, that was simply someone pulled the fire alarm in the parking garage, in the outdoor parking garage. So everyone was safe and sound the whole time, and I did want to commend our marshals and staff in front of you. And I said, I wish I had, I don't take my camera on the bench, I wish I had, I would have filmed how they handled it so professionally. I know one of the marshals immediately escorted you all, and Mr. Ferrara went with you, and the other marshals took care of everyone else. And of course, our door holder over there, through the whole alarm blaring, held that door until you all were out and our staff was out. So we have some special people in this courtroom.
Of course, Your Honor, we have to admonish you if you did film in the courtroom.
Oh, that's true, because I'm not authorized. So it's a good thing my phone wasn't out here. Alrighty, so I think we're ready to resume.
Thank you. And the families join in that commendation of the staff, but not staff, but our guardians here. I think that we were trying to figure out when the alarm went off, where do we leave off? And I think we figured it out, Mark. I think you were explaining to the jury about the dynamic in the household between you and Jackie and Natalie, and just what it was like. Give us a flavor of what it was like to have Daniel's older brother and sister, and having to care for them while you were being attacked from all these different ways from what was going on with these lies.
It nearly broke us, to be quite honest with you, because managing the shooting murder of your 7-year-old in his classroom is about all we could manage, and to try to provide love and normalcy for James and Natalie, and then have to navigate this attack from unknown forces out there in the world that seem to be increasing and getting darker and more ominous and menacing. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to do it. And first and foremost, my job has always been to protect my family. in normal times, did not know how to try to navigate this grief and the horror of our child's murder with his siblings, and then have to figure out what was going on with this harassment and death threats that was coming from the outside. And we kind of, not really consciously, but realized that our family had evolved into this kind of system of protecting each other. It wasn't just me. As we just learned, our little Natalie had learned of one of the letters that came to our mailbox that said they were going to dig up Daniel's grave. Daniel's grave, I don't know, but I don't think that James and Natalie have been there yet. It's just too hard, first of all. Jackie and I have only been there a handful of times. I go there sometimes on my own privately, and I don't share that with them. It's a very hard thing to do. I'm kind of caught between honoring him and needing to go there, but then it's just so hard to go see your 7-year-old child's headstone. And to hear, and so this is so sacrosanct and hallowed a place for my family, and to hear that people were desecrating it and urinating on it and threatening to dig it up. I don't know how to articulate to you what that feels like, but that's where we are.
You have managed to continue to raise James and Natalie, and also establish quite a foundation in honor of Daniel. Is that right?
Yes, we
heard from Nicole about Sandy Hook Promise.
Yeah.
You were one of the co-founders.
Yeah, and just to your earlier point, we are so proud of who James and Natalie have become. They're just wonderful, amazing, beautiful kids, and they deserve to live a normal life. And so what we do with Sandy Hook Promise is quite literally is to prevent other families from having to navigate this and having to endure this kind of pain. And it is a national nonprofit school safety violence prevention organization, and we're doing just that. We have prevented 11 school shootings now. I think we can confirm that 361 lives have been saved by students who are trained in our programs, who have observed at-risk behavior in themselves or in peers and have gotten help to them before it became a tragedy. Hundreds of suicides have been averted. We're very proud of that, and I feel it's a very appropriate way to honor Daniel, who was that kid who looked out for everybody, and he was going to go on to do great things, and he can't. It was taken from him. So this is our way of honoring his life.
I have to ask you, we're going to do something pretty difficult right now. So just preparing you and the jury.
Something more difficult?
Yes.
Really?
You were here during opening statements, I believe.
I've been here every day but last Tuesday, which was Daniel's 17th birthday.
You heard Mr. Jones, through his lawyer, argue that you, along with everybody else, these families, are in fact exaggerating your damages, quote, for political reasons because he, meaning Alex Jones, disagrees with your point of view. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So we can't sugarcoat this. So if it's okay, I know it's tough, but I'd like to show the jury first. You said that there was a performance of your children, a band, and you tell us about the band?
Yeah, okay. You mean just almost exactly 10 years ago, it was September 30th of 2012. Jackie's father, the patriarch of the family, and I've really pretty much adopted myself into my wife's family. And her father, the patriarch, was turning 90 last fall. And as Jackie mentioned, he's now turning 100. And bless his heart. But this video that Attorney Koskoff is referencing was we put together our little family band to honor Papa on his 90th birthday, and the family from Ireland came over. We had a big gathering for him on the honor of his 90th birthday, and we played one of his favorite songs. What a Wonderful World. Natalie sang, James played bass, and Daniel played the drums. And I think it was his first gig, and he kept really good time. But yeah, the family has recorded that.
And just we're going to show the video, but there are other videos of Daniel singing on this YouTube page.
Yeah, we used to host an open mic in one of the restaurants that I used to play in. We would host an open mic for kids, and James and Natalie and Jackie were there just to watch, and out of the middle of nowhere, Daniel said, I want to go up and sing what I'm singing in kindergarten. So he came up and sang Mr. Sun, Mr. Golden Sun, and we have that preserved on video as well.
I think that the jury got the idea. We just show one, and I don't mean to.
No, it's
so
fine.
why don't we show 590? What a Wonderful World. Actually, excuse me 1 sec, Your Honor. Now, sorry.
Sorry, before you move on, counsel, just for the record, there's no objection to that exhibit.
Not now.
Thank you.
I'd like to offer 565. Let me back up, actually. That video, that beautiful video, was on YouTube at the time of Dana's death, right?
Yes.
I'd like to offer 565. YouTube comment 8 years ago. And I'd offer it for full.
No objection, Judge.
You pulled up. Just the top part. I see blue and red lights flashing outside the door, their door, arresting the Bardens for fraud. That was a comment left 8 years ago.
Yeah.
566. 8 years ago. My only question is, who do you serve, Barden family? God sees all. Sure, I'm scared for our country, but I'm even more worried about the souls of the corrupt. Do yourself a favor and confess your misdeeds. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
567, offered a full exhibit. Sorry, 3 years ago now. 567, bottom. And this is the other video you were talking about, by the way, Mark. The video
That was
of Daniel singing.
Mr. Golden's son. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a full exhibit?
I'm offering.
Yes.
LOL. This is so fake. They don't even remember what year their son died in. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
568. Seven years ago. You couldn't possibly support a family on that guitar playing, dude. The whole thing is as phony as a $3 bill. Such a coincidence that so many of these parents are wannabe musicians and wannabe actors. Quote, our kids died, so please give us all money. LOL. 7 years ago. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
569, 2 years ago. Offered as a full exhibit.
No objection to any of the series, Judge.
Okay. You have a nice comment here. And then right under it, 2 years ago. What a sick charade. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
570, 4 years ago. Offered as a full exhibit. Mark Barden, why was your buddy Robert Parker smiling and laughing live on TV after his daughter was murdered? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
571, 7 years ago. There's a picture of you and the family. Is this on your YouTube, or this is What Would Daniel Do?
That's on the, that was from the What Would Daniel Do Facebook page.
And that's a picture of you and Jackie and the 3 kids, right?
Yes, correct.
7 years ago. Major photo editing in these pics. Try asking why the length of James Barden's arm defies the laws of physics in its length at point 20. That's evidently supposed to have been a video.
Probably, yeah.
So at the 20-second mark, somebody noticed, made a comment, Barden's arm defies the laws of physics in its length at 20, question mark. And where has Daniel's heel disappeared to at point 20, at 26 seconds? I wonder how James feels about his childhood vid being made into his imaginary brothers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What's Safe Say Something, the vision for safer schools?
What are you referring to?
Bring it up, 572.
And am I correct, Attorney Pettis, no objection to this
Yes,
one?
Oh, yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's an anonymous reporting system that we operate in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay. Can we go to the comment? 3 weeks ago. By the way, when did you see this? When did you pull this?
Well, just probably last week.
Okay, so it's within this last month.
Yeah.
Well, either while the case was going on or shortly before. Is that your understanding?
Yes. Yes.
FEMA L-366. Look that document up because this lying DHS-owned swamp liar, Mark Barden, has continually profited off of the lie that his child was murdered at decommissioned elementary school. Did you see the video in court of Alex Jones talking about the school being a toxic waste dump?
I did.
Being closed?
Yes.
At a decommissioned elementary school that had been closed since 2008 and was only being used for storage. I've printed out the actual property tax documents for the Newtown area that clearly prove that nearly every homeowner, such as Gene Rosen, Nicole Hockley, who's here in this courtroom, Scarlett Lewis, and Mark Barden, was bribed in the form of a forgiven home mortgage on Christmas Day 2009, 1 year after the 1 year after the school had been decommissioned and closed due to the school being contaminated with mold and other biohazards, and was only being used for storage. Was Standing Hook Elementary School a beautiful school?
Yes.
Was it a clean school?
Yes.
Did a lot of school pride there?
Very much. I was in that school a lot as a stay-at-home dad. I was in there reading, doing projects with the kids. I was in that school a lot, and it was fully functioning right up until the shooting, and it was a beautiful little place.
Homeland Security used younger photos of older children as, quote, victim propaganda. How do I know they were older? I compared the photos to the children singing behind Jennifer Hudson at the Super Bowl just over a month later. One child seen there might have been just a coincidence, but not 8 of them. And to this day, the Newtown School Board has denied sending said children to the Super Bowl. None of these parents, in single quotes, lost a child. Mark Barden and the rest of these players are DHS owned for life. There is an old saying that says that it's just easier to fool the people than to convince them that they have been fooled. The Sandy Hook Promise organization is a confirmed fraud stemming from a government-fabricated event that was produced as gun control propaganda. O'Biden, I guess it's a play on President Biden. O'Biden knows, sorry, I'll just read it. O'Biden knows these are drills, along with Obama. Obama played us all with these drills gone live in the media as soon as he was elected. The media are in the loop that these events are drills. That's why the media were in Newtown on 13th. Would 13th have been the day before the shooting?
Yes.
576, after a full exhibit. I guess I'll just state the names, the numbers from here on in, as I understand they're all in. 3 months ago, this is the picture that the jury saw, is it not? Or maybe Daniel kissing you on the cheek?
Yeah.
Somebody actually says horrible what happened, which obviously you would agree with. They were paid actors, every single one of them. They even photoshopped pictures. They admitted this. Wake the F up. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
577. Not a single, sorry, I'll slow down a little bit. 5 years ago, not a single tear and not even a wet eye. A parent losing a precious 6 or 7 year old would have hot, salty tears at the thought of them, period. And that, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that has 22 likes, right? Is that what that is?
I can't see the likes.
Maybe you can't see from there.
That is 22 likes, correct.
Do you know that Alex Jones brought a lawsuit against the Young Turks for something that had 20 likes? Did you know
Yes, we learned that in the hearing.
And this single instant in your 5 years ago had 22 likes, is that right?
That's correct.
And that wasn't true, was it?
No.
And that's a slanderous thing to say, isn't it?
Objection.
Or is that, anyway, let me move on. 578, 8 years ago. Adam Lanza is a fictitious character. He is made up of the smallest of spare parts. Those players with real faces whom have offered their services for a few pieces of silver will eventually be silenced forever. It can be no other way. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
579. One year ago. Jackie joins Carly Soto and Jillian Soto as 911 callers, pretending to be, quote, teachers in the school. What a goofy, shady hoax. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
8 years ago. When have you ever seen a bunch of grieving parents give interviews about their dead child with smiles on their faces, especially just a few days after the event? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
580. Two years ago, I think we may have seen this before, this guy. Total hoax. His mom was caller number 1 on the Sandy Hook 911 calls, proving it was staged. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That's a picture of you and Jackie with a framed picture of who?
Of Daniel.
That you chose for that photo?
That's a Jackie with her Irish heritage would take the kids out of school on St. Patrick's Day, and we'd go to the parade in New York, and that's Daniel in the New York City subway, and that's that picture.
Total hoax. His mom was caller number 1 on the Sandy Hook 911 calls, proving it was stage. Was Jackie a caller?
No, she was not.
Take it down. Mark, Jackie told us that you've been a different person since this all happened.
Yes.
And she said you go into grocery stores and you look around and you're...
Objection meeting, Judge.
Well, can you describe for the jury what this has done to your feelings of security and safety for yourself and your family?
Yes. Over time, in this time period, having to navigate all of these things and much more that you have just seen, I have developed a layer of constant hyper-vigilance, and it's exhausting. It interferes with your sleep. It interferes with your conscious. It interferes with your thinking, your ability to process. As Jackie testified earlier, we're grocery shopping, and I'm looking at the faces. Who are we in the room with? Why are they looking at us like that? Who is this person? Instead of focusing on grocery shopping with Jackie. One of the security protocols we've installed at our house are motion sensor lights, and I have a motion sensor light right outside our bedroom window so that I know when something sets it off in my sleep. I get up in the middle of the night several times and walk around and look out the windows, look at the driveway. Everything is locked. Natalie used to say, Daddy, the 3 L's before bed, and that's lights, locks, alarm. And as Jackie said, I'm constantly observing the cars going. I hear a car coming up the road, I stop and I look down my driveway, who's that? It's constant hyper-vigilance. Who is watching us? What are they thinking? What's coming next? And it's exhausting.
The word hypervigilance, is that like a psychiatric word, or is that?
I don't know where it comes from.
Sustained.
Do you know where it comes from? And what is it like to have to be in your home and have that level of awareness?
It's exhausting. And as we've heard others testify, we feel the same way. We are so concerned for our children that they have to, this life has been forced upon them now. They have to be thinking about this. They have to be looking over their shoulder all the time. Who's going to say what? Who's going to call them a fraud or a liar or an actor? And it becomes who you are. It becomes who you are. Constantly thinking about having to defend against that, defending your honor, your integrity, and defend our little Daniel's honor and his memory and his life and his death. It's constant. And everything that we have to hold on to preserve Daniel's memory, our little home movies and our pictures and our thoughts and our memories have all been compromised. It's all been taken away from us. All of our abilities to hold on to Daniel's memory and to cherish him and to honor him has been tarnished with toxic hate and lies and danger and kind of went off. I'm sorry. Yes, I've changed. I'm not the happy Grateful Dead guitar player. I still play guitar, but I'm not that same person that used to just enjoy walking around the block with my kids.
And do you have fear for your personal safety and the safety of your family?
Yeah. Yes.
May go by that you don't have that fear?
Objection, Judge.
Can you tell the jury about how often?
All the time. It's constant. It's literally constant. I watch the cars. I follow cars into my neighborhood and wonder who they are. I wonder who's stopping. I'm thinking of protocols. If there's a car in my driveway, what am I going to do? Somebody comes to the house. How do I handle that? It's constant.
I have to ask a technical question, which is that you mentioned that you added home security and motion sensor lights, and was that something that you share finances with your wife?
But Jackie does all the finances in our family, and yes, Jackie and I both bear the financial burden of the security cameras and the lights and the alarm, the 3 Ls, all of the stuff that we have to do now. We share the.
And you put those in because of these threats.
Objection.
For what reason have you put those in?
We put in all of these systems to try to feel safe, to try to make our children feel safe. Jackie mentioned before, it is heartbreaking to learn that our daughter feels safer at somebody else's house than in her own bed, so safer at school than at home, and so we're just trying to put in some kind of systems, some kind of protocols or procedures to hopefully make all of us feel safer, but mostly for our kids.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
No questions, Judge.
All right, sir, you may step down. Just watch your step.
Your Honor, I have just one question. I did not catch where you stopped in that series.
580.
580.
Good authority. I think 580.
Yes.
Can I have a sidebar with counsel?
Okay.
Does it say 10 of 4? I think it's 10 of 4. I know.
So I don't know why they didn't have a white clock on a white wall. For the first 2 weeks, I didn't even know there was a clock. I didn't even know there was a clock.
Do you want to know the plan?
Beg your pardon?
You want to know the plan?
Yeah, well, do you have an agreement on what the plan is? Because I'll go along with it.
So there's still an open question about Mr. Jones, but what we would propose, and I think the defense would agree to, is that we end for the day now.
Can we let the jury go and then we can talk
Oh, yeah.
on the record? Why don't we do that? Because we want to work on the charge.
Yeah, right, so we were thinking work on the charge.
That you need to deal with.
Right. Right. And the offer of proof. And then I think our thought would then be that we have probably about another 10 to 20 minutes in our case. Yeah, let's do that. That's totally
That's all
fine.
I'm
Yeah.
saying. All right, so the consensus is that we have some housekeeping matters to deal with that we will deal with, but we can let you go until tomorrow. I know I don't have to continue to say the same thing over and over again because I am extremely confident that you will continue to obey the rules of juror conduct, and I'm extremely confident that you will let Ron know if there are any issues in any way, shape, or form. So with that, you have safe travels home. Ron will collect your notepads. Thanks for being such good sports today and following Ron out during the fire alarm. And we will see you tomorrow, and I will stay on the record. Good night. Okay, so please be seated. Why don't you tell me if you have an agreement on how we're proceeding, just tell me what it is, and I'm sure I'll honor it. Sure.
If maybe we step out in the hall, Council and I, for a moment.
Sure.
approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Needs to be on the record.
Plus, it not be if we can do that for trial management purposes.
Will not. Sorry.
We have reached an agreement
I like opinions.
that
I would say an understanding.
we've reached an understanding. Fair enough. The plaintiffs are not going to call Mr. Campanella, and Mr. Jones is not going to testify. I knew that it was about an hour ago. I didn't want to stand up and make a proffer in your presence when I had every reason to believe he was on his way home and could be observed, and you have it be suggested that I engaged in misrepresentation to the court.
Okay.
So we've reached that understanding. The question then becomes how the court and counsel uses its time. So I will defer to others. I have my ideas, but I've done all the talking.
What are you going to tell the jury since I told him I think 3 times that he's going to testify? Do you want to come up with some language?
Well, he's made an election after, on consideration of the case as a whole. He's made a decision not to testify.
You got me involved in it. If you didn't get me involved, then I wouldn't feel an obligation.
Then
I
you
don't
can
want to
say
mislead my jury.
You
guys talk and tell me.
I will take the hit. I represented
No,
you.
you guys talk and just give me some agreeable language. Only because if you hadn't involved me, then I would. But I tell them something and I have to keep them advised. So you talk.
And you told them that because I said it. I will take that hit if necessary.
You all talk and let me know what to say. But so
In terms of timing, so what we have tomorrow is basically the end of our case, some videos. I'm thinking about 20 minutes total, where we're going to play a handful of video clips, not depositions,
so you
broadcast.
20 minutes and then you rest.
Then we're resting.
Nothing.
Okay. I don't really want to bring them in for 20 minutes.
Well,
So can we just maybe have them come in on Thursday and just go there and then close and charge and we can come in and work on a charge tomorrow? Because we're not going to be able to close and charge tomorrow. I mean, I guess we could try.
I'm not going to have it ready.
Okay.
My
There's
preference
that.
would be week Thursday. I spent a lot of time this weekend preparing to put my plan on.
I understand that. I get the logistical issues, especially for Attorney Ferraro. So I think that that's fine if we not close and charge tomorrow. But we were anticipating resting tomorrow. I know it's not great to bring them in for that, but I also don't think it's great for us to end our case right before we close when that's not what we had been anticipating. Pardon me.
I understand that too. I'm trying to make everyone happy, but do you want to try to close and charge tomorrow?
It just doesn't seem like.
Is it impossible?
I have to see what exhibits I have, what I'm missing. We're going to have to go through and make sure that I have the right ones.
And we still have amended exhibits that we've never really discussed or talked about.
Your Honor, maybe you could also, I know there were some issues on the charge that the court was considering.
We only scratched the surface on that. I'd like to do a little work on that now that we have an hour.
Okay. Yeah. So we need to.
Or you just want to do that tomorrow?
Oh no, I don't care. The charge stuff I think makes sense to get it done sooner rather than later.
Right to 5, or maybe we do like a 45 minutes.
Sure.
You're going to have a motion tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to bring it in. I'll do it. That's fine. It's your case, and you didn't cause the problem. But
thank you.
I'm just trying to think of their, whatever. That's fine. And then we're not. I knew that there were so many exhibits too, and we got to get them right.
Right.
So that was Ron's concern, to his credit, all along, that the exhibits would not be ready. So at least if we do it this way, we're not killing ourselves with the exhibits.
I don't want to feel because something went back there. I'm supposed to go back there because we rushed.
All right. So, and I think that the exhibits all haven't even been refiled yet. I think your office is not quite current with the exhibits because they need to not just be handed in here; they need to be
No, yeah, of course.
in the official file.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll double, triple check all that.
right, so why don't we just go for a half an hour on the first?
Can you say anything right now about what's happening on the?
No, because I'm not, the jury's not here, and I'm not here for the press. I don't, that's not my.
I didn't suggest you were, I just asked, because I don't know. I think I've been a reasonably compliant court officer for most days of this trial. I don't think I will have very that remark.
So far.
Yeah.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
That's what we were talking about. I don't believe so, but, I expected.
Well, listen, I don't know, I mean, right now,
I thought I just had a representation that he wasn't coming.
Look, the question the court asked me is, he's not going to change his mind.
How do you know that he's not gonna fly back tomorrow morning and want to testify? I'm not gonna.
Because his attorney has represented that he's not calling him.
Well, now, wait a minute. I've represented he's left. I have no intention. What if he calls me tonight and says, I changed my mind? What then?
Well, then I guess we're ready to go.
No, I don't believe that's going to happen, but I mean, it's a fair response to the court's question.
I think we could put off the offer of proof, I guess, in that event, till tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because I don't think, I genuinely don't, I didn't want to get up and make an offer of proof against him.
I understand.
While he's at the airport.
Well, look at it on the right side. The jury will be here tomorrow, so if he changes his mind and flies back, we'll have a jury.
Let me talk to you for a minute.
But
We don't have a choice. So.
He's not planning.
Ron, any chance you could go on my desk and get right on my blotter, there's 2 versions of the jury charge. Is there any chance you could go get that for me now? Thank you so much. All right, so while Ron's getting our versions of the proposed charge, why don't we just plan on going, since we'll have more time tomorrow, why don't we just go to like 4:30 with the charge today?
Yes.
Put a half an hour into it.
Your Honor, we have a couple of things that we ought to just put on the record. I don't know that we've ever put them on the record when we weren't at sidebar. So with regard, and let me just wait until Attorney Harris is ready. All right. One moment. Your Honor. So with regard to, and this we have covered, but I want to make sure we do both. The common law punitive damages, which would result in attorney's fees and costs. We have agreed that the court will reserve the determination of the amount of reasonable attorney's fees and costs if those are allocated to the plaintiffs.
I thought we already put that on the record.
We did, and the reason I wanted to cover it is because it's the cut the fees and attorney's fees and costs also go to the court, but we have an agreement that the determination of the amount will be in a later proceeding. That's really the point of this, Your Honor, is to say we're not putting on evidence right now of the amount of attorney's fees and costs because we have an agreement that that's reserved to a later proceeding.
And in part, that agreement spawned from the disclosure, an arguably late disclosure of an expert on the reasonableness of it. In the run-up to trial, we agreed to defer that and our right to depose that person should that question arise. And I think we did put that on the record, maybe even before evidence began.
I think we put it on the record. Well,
Okay,
in any event,
the record's nice and clear.
It's very nice and clear right now. And the other issue we had, Your Honor, is that technically the plaintiff standing in for Erica Lafferty is Rich Cohen, the bankruptcy trustee. Throughout the proceedings, we have referred to Erica Lafferty as the plaintiff. We have an agreement that we will refer to Erica Lafferty on the verdict form and any jury interrogatories. And it will be then understood that judgment will enter in favor of the formal plaintiff in the case, but we'll just handle the jury interrogatories and verdict form that way.
Agreed.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to go on the proposed charge?
Yes, Your Honor. Where did the court want to begin?
Well, I think bear with me for 1 second.
Did the court ever get a copy that wasn't all page 10?
I did, and it's actually got colors on it. It's very exciting. One of the things that I think Attorney Sterling was going to look at, and you were going to look at, Attorney Pattis, was the implicit bias charge, whether you thought there was a need for it or not. Have you had an opportunity to talk to each other on that, about that?
We have not, so let's defer that one until tomorrow.
Okay. All right, so on the corporation or other entity as a party, I was going to look at that. And I have to say I agree with Attorney Pattis on that. I'm not going to instruct the jury that Mr. Jones and Free Speech System are one entity. I didn't see that in the complaint.
Let me pull the allegations of the complaint, Your Honor, then, and go over them with you, and maybe we could do that tomorrow.
Why don't we, I don't want to keep kicking the can on
Okay.
everything. Why don't we do, I looked at the.
Let me grab a copy of the complaint, just one
Okay.
moment.
Well, Attorney Sterling is doing that, Your Honor. May I be excused so that I can inform our clients about the game plan?
Sure.
And
Absolutely.
They can then get on with their days.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ron, would you mind getting your steps in and getting, I left a part of a copy of the complaint on my desk. I think it's either on my desk or on the table. I'm pretty sure it's on my desk.
I don't know if it's on my desk. Hold on, let me get it.
And I worked off Attorney Sterling of the complaint, the operative complaint at the time the default entered.
So, and would that be, is that Lafferty, or is that Sherlock 1 or Sherlock 2? Because
I looked at the Lafferty.
Lafferty,
Operative
okay.
complaint at the time the default entered.
So, I'm not sure which complaint this is. I'm looking in the first set of allegations that go to this issue at paragraph 34.
Thank you very much. Of course, let's see. You want to just read it into the record and I'll just listen to you rather than try to pull it up?
Yeah. The above mentioned Texas business entity defendant is owned, controlled, and operated by defendant Alex Jones and employed to hold and generate revenue for him. So that.
Well, but what the language that you proposed here is that they're one entity.
Yeah, no, I think that's, we did, Your Honor, and it's shorthand. And what it is shorthand for is the fact that there are allegations of agency, conspiracy, joint venture, control, all of those allegations which lead to the same place, which is that they're one actor.
Yeah, so I'm not going to charge that they're one entity. Are you making a counter proposal on other language that you want to run past Attorney Pattis?
I can, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Attorney Pattis.
Given the law of the case, I feel that I can't agree to anything. When FSS moved into bankruptcy, the court concluded that Mr. Jones was distinct and a solvent defendant, such that the action could proceed.
Well, that's not, but that's a different court. I'm looking at.
Here, when FSS moved into bankruptcy, Mr. Jones didn't get the benefit of the stay. We proceeded in the bankruptcy proceedings. We agreed to a lift of stay, but we never agreed that they would be treated as one. They were treated as two.
Right, but I didn't make any finding along those lines. I simply pointed out in my order that Mr. Jones hadn't declared bankruptcy.
Recognizing that he was different, because if he were the same, then he would.
Well, that's what you're reading into it. I just recognized that he had not filed bankruptcy and still has not filed bankruptcy.
For that reason, I feel that I can't, I'm going to assert an opposition.
All right.
Your Honor, so I think the other thing to point out is that all the allegations in the complaint are as against both of these defendants. So that, the idea, for purposes of the default, the complaint establishes that they're doing the same thing. That's another reason to treat them as the same.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I can imagine a universe in which liability as to FSS is larger than as to Mr. Jones. And that is if the jury credits some of the due or information and says that it wasn't necessarily chargeable to Mr. Jones.
Well, I'm not going to consider the language as proposed. If you want to propose something else at some other time, you can do that. I mean, the only evidence in the case has been along the lines that he makes all the decisions and control. So if you want to make some counter proposal, I'll consider it.
Okay.
But at this point,
thank you, Judge.
okay. So let me see where we're up to with that. So I think, did we address? All right, corporate designee testimony we addressed. We deleted that sentence by agreement. Responsibility for actions of others who broadcast on InfoWars. We did that?
I thought we had, Judge, yes.
Yeah, we did. I think we had resolved that one completely.
Okay. Adverse inference, did we resolve that?
Your Honor, in the interest of moving things along, we're not going to claim that one. That's the Dubidandi text.
Right, that's, you were going to think about that, okay?
We did think about it, and we're not going to press that.
Would you, since you have, do you mind making the changes once again?
I don't mind,
for
Your Honor.
Attorney Pattis in the court? Okay. That direct and circumstantial evidence.
I think we agreed on that, Judge.
Okay. Credibility of witnesses. We
agreed.
Use of depositions.
Agreed.
All right, expert witnesses, did we finish that?
We did, Your Honor. I think I prevailed on one word, and otherwise.
And I see that, that's at the top. May I be seated, Judge, during this?
Yes, you too, Attorney Strzok.
I see in line 6 of page 16 what I believe was what we discussed yesterday. Am I correct?
That's
changing, making your decision whether to believe to considering.
That's correct.
Okay. Agreed.
So causes of action. That's the, I was going to see how cumulative the nominal damages charge was. I never got a chance to count it up, but I did say we'll come back to this.
I can't do it sitting down, Judge. I apologize for standing up. I gave some thought to this overnight. And I understand the court's concern here. And I'm mindful of the court's question yesterday about, what is the appropriate charge here? How can you give a nominal damages charge? And here's the issue I'm running into. The court is instructing the jury on certain facts which are established by the default. One of those facts is the fact that each plaintiff suffered severe emotional distress as a result of outrageous conduct by Mr. Jones. Those are not, the question yesterday was, well, how could you have damages in the absence of evidence? The answer is the facts that the court is instructing, those are equivalent to evidence, right? That is an instruction about what the facts are. And so where that takes us then is because, is the question of, well, what can the jury do? What discretion does it have in the face of severe emotional distress? And the answer to that question is in the Maldonado case, that recent case written by Justice Ecker, where he says, and this was with regard to pain and suffering, but once the evidence of pain and suffering is established, the jury is not free to award zero damages as compensation. So that's where I think we land with regard to emotional distress, Your Honor, and that's the problem with the nominal damages charge.
Well, I disagree with Attorney Sterling's reading of it, and will repeat what I said yesterday. I look for guidance to the question of proof of damages in a case arising under 42 United States Code 1983, where this is a common problem. If a plaintiff proves the elements of the offense but fails to prove damages, fails to prove an amount, they're entitled as a matter of law to nominal damages. And so I think what Justice Ecker said is zero is an inappropriate amount, as it would be in a 1983 case. The proper answer is $1. Now, having made that finding by way of a default, or having determined that by way of a default, the plaintiffs are welcome to come in here and prove as much damages as they can persuade the jury to award them. But they're not relieved of the responsibility of proof. And so our view is the nominal damage charge is correct.
Well, I'm not, so why don't we, let's come back to whether we need to leave it under causes of action. If it's 5 or 6 other places, let's look at it in context, but I understand your arguments. Okay. Intentional infliction of emotional distress we had no problems with, right?
Right.
And false light invasion of privacy we had no problems with. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're at defamation. Yes.
And the defamation language is the court's proposal. I had proposed one, which was a rejection of our proposal. I had proposed one change in the language, which I feel is important, and we were waiting on Attorney Pattis's response to that change in the language.
I don't recall what that was.
It's right there in the red line. Hopefully we'll have the same page numbers on page 21.
Yeah, I'll agree to the charge as drafted, Judge. I had a chance to check my proposed charge in my notes. I couldn't recall what I proposed when you spoke on the phone yesterday. So I will agree to the plaintiff's charge on page 21.
All right, proximate cause I have in my notes here. I have to work on this, so I'll work on that.
So we're tabling that one for now, Your Honor.
Well, I'm going to try to do it tonight. Do you have anything to add to what we talked about? I'll be happy to hear you again, if anyone has anything to add on that.
Yesterday's session was preserved, Judge, recorded?
Yes, indeed.
I have nothing to add.
Your Honor, I don't think we have anything to add at this time, because we primarily accepted the court's charge and then just made a few red line suggestions.
Well, now I'm going to have to comment. I mean, as I said yesterday, I think that the plaintiffs try to compress proximate cause into but-for causation, and that I take to be the thrust of their what they might refer to as minor edits. I view that as a sea change in what's required.
Okay. So now we're on standard of proof damages. Just give me 1 second.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm going to join Mr. Mattei.
That's fine.
Very well
Have a
taken
good
care of
afternoon.
there.
Safe
Thank you.
travels.
So, Your Honor, at the beginning of this charge, we had the same nominal damages problem. And we do continue to object to that. Your Honor, though, I feel like we went through this yesterday because I had an objection to the instructions regarding weight, and my memory is that I was overruled.
That is correct.
So what's hanging there is how the court treats nominal.
Okay. Damages compensatory. Did we finish this?
I think this is where we got bogged down and decided to quit for today.
We might do that again today. Well, no, we got 10 more minutes.
So I agree. I think this is where we got bogged down. And
I think we hang up on the nominal issue again here in the middle of this charge.
All right, besides the nominal issue, what else can you tell
Let's
me?
see, we had agreed to change injuries to harms.
Yes. Right.
Attorney Pattis had agreed to that, and I see I've missed some. At the end of that charge, there is a portion regarding non-economic damages. It's the last two sentences.
All right.
I don't see any reason to explain that when we're not formally seeking economic damages. So I think those two sentences should come out.
I think they're entirely appropriate given the testimony we just listened to. Monies for harms they've suffered, likely to suffer in the future as a result of the defendant's wrongful conduct. They are awarded for such things. I don't know that we need physical pain and suffering, but they are awarded for such things as mental and emotional pain and suffering, and the loss or diminution of the ability to enjoy life's pleasures. I think I just heard 3 days of that.
I'm just looking at it, Judge.
Take your time.
So I think if we take out the physical pain and suffering, that makes it better.
I would agree to that, Judge, because
I agree. All right, what else besides the nominal damages issue in this section?
I don't recall that there was anything else.
I think I already lost on our objection to guess and speculate. That's my memory of yesterday. I can remake that argument, but my memory is I was overruled.
That's correct. All right, so now is that it for that section?
From my perspective, yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I just want to look at it one more time overnight, and I don't think I have anything else, but I would like.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, damages for invasion of privacy and emotional distress. So we have not talked about this yet.
Correct.
Okay. So just give me one moment. Just give me one moment. So your plaintiff's comment.
Your Honor, we think this is appropriate and tailored.
Right. I did not keep track of has every plaintiff testified?
Yes.
So we can drop that line?
Yes, we can.
So you'll do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Once I find it, I'll drop it.
All right, Attorney Pattis.
I mean, I did an extensive comment. I'll rely on the comments that I made here, Judge.
Right.
Other than to note that I have a Scribner's error in there. The simple, the next to last sentence should end with the clause, unlike defamation per se and cut that is simple and requires no neural construction.
Right. I am going to leave that in. I think it's helpful for the jury. Okay, so that takes us to damages for libel and slander per se. Just give me a moment to get up to speed. All right, so where do we need to go first? What's the first line we're tackling here?
Well, the defendant's position is that the court's charge is an accurate and adequate statement of the law and no revisions are necessary.
All right, so your first proposed addition?
Yes, Your Honor. It's to repeat to the jury what was established to be defamatory. So that the first, what I'm requesting to be included is actually the same language that comes out of the defamation per se liability charge. So that language is already accepted in the defamation per se liability charge.
And our view is that much like the plaintiff's concerned about repeating what nominal damages are, there's no need to repeat this more often.
Right. I actually think it's helpful, so I accept that first addition.
Okay, thank you. Then proceeding through the charge, the sentence that begins, in determining the amount of general damages to award for the injury to a plaintiff's reputation, you should consider what reputation the plaintiff had in the community is the charge. That's the standard language. That's the charge that the court adopted. I don't think that in the community is I think it's actually confusing in the modern world, right? Because which community? People have multiple communities. People exist in an online community, but community suggests a physical community. So I think it's really a problem, and that the better wording is what I proposed, which is to knock it out.
I can't disagree with that, Attorney Pattis.
Well,
I think that's that whole
possibly, although they put on no evidence about their reputation prior to these events. So I'm not sure they're entitled to that at all.
I certainly disagree with that.
No one testified. They're wonderful people. I'll concede that based on what I saw of their testimony. But I didn't hear a single person testify that thought worse of them beforehand or after all this occurred than happened beforehand. If anything, they've become more iconic.
I'm surprised to hear that. I think that, I mean, one of the reputations that these people, these families had was as the parents of children who were killed at Sandy Hook. So
no, the question, what it says though, in determining the amount of damages for the injury to a plaintiff's reputation, you should consider what reputation the plaintiff had when the statements were made. What evidence is there? None.
I disagree with that. I think there's significant evidence about who these people were before Alex Jones defamed them.
They were parents, certainly, and lovely parents. Reputation in the community is not what you think of yourself. It's what others think of you, whatever that, whether that community be online, virtual or not. And in the defamation cases that I have seen, typically there is some testimony about how, not how people thought of themselves or set up them, but that there was an alteration in the point of view that others had. These people who defamed them, whoever they are, these unnamed people, probably never even heard them before.
Well, actually, I think that they were understood to be the parents of and family members of people who were killed at Sandy Hook. And so that was their reputation, one of their reputations before Alex Jones defamed them.
Being a parent isn't a reputation, it's a statement. It's a classification. A reputation is what others, look at the definition of reputation, it's what others think of you. Your standing in the world, the regard with which others hold you. There has been no evidence of that, none.
That's just not true. The evidence that they were grieving family members of.
All right, so I think I'll take out in the community. Should just consider the plaintiff's reputation, or should consider what reputation the plaintiff had. I actually like you should consider the plaintiff's reputation when the statements were made. All right, so next.
Yes, Judge. So here what we have asked to do, if the court remembers our original proposed charge, we had a long description of the things that the case law provides for jurors to consider as they're determining reputational harm. And one of the reasons I thought this was really important is because I think reputational harm is something that the more you think about it, the more you understand it. And what reputational harm means in an internet age is changing. And so I think it's absolutely necessary that the jury have some guidance here. I understand that the court was not comfortable with instructing the entire
That was
list.
a long list. Well, I
That
mean,
was
I
a
think
long
we-
list, so I
we
have
to
pared
give them
it down.
some guidance here as to what they should consider. What do you suggest, Attorney Pattis? This is a pretty short list. Is there any?
Well, I think it's revisiting Marshall, and I think that they're free to argue that. And they're free to argue anything they like that's supported by the evidence and that you let them argue. But I don't think the court should endorse their theories of the case, and I don't think the internet age presents need for a special charge. I think that the charge on libel and slander per se covers what they're looking for without drawing undue attention to the theories of the case that they want to argue. So I think this will bolster in Marshall's.
All right, I agree with that. So I think just leave it. You should consider all the circumstances surrounding the making of the statements, and you can cover that in your closing argument. All right, next.
Your Honor, I know I don't have to, but I'll say for the record, we accept to that.
I understand.
That's important guidance.
All right, so where are we next?
Then if we proceed down the, in addition to general damages awarded, you may award.
Let me just get there.
Where are you?
Page 34.
Page 34, the line out. So we're not seeking compensation for special damages in this case. And so I think that the charge on specials is, it doesn't make sense. And Attorney Pattis and I had actually discussed that.
So that's by agreement?
I want to give him an opportunity to look at it, but I think we had discussed
Well,
that
if you're not
before.
seeking compensation for special damages, why would I charge them?
Exactly.
Defamation per se, even. Because isn't that the point in part of defamation per se?
No, defamation per se gives rise to general damages.
Right.
So we're not seeking, there's not going to be an itemized, we'd like to be paid back for this, that, and the other thing.
Okay, so if that's not going to be argued, that's fine.
Okay. Now we're on page 35.
Yes.
And why don't we end with this section of the charge? Okay, so we'll finish this up and pick up the cover tomorrow.
Okay. So then, just so I'm clear, Your Honor, we're the line out continues through compensate the plaintiff for his or her loss. We're taking that out. Then I had proposed, the language is, if you find that the plaintiff has suffered a violation of his or her legal rights as a result of the default, the plaintiff's legal rights have been violated, so it should be each plaintiff has suffered a violation of his or her legal rights.
That's the consequence of the default, Judge. I'll agree.
All right.
Without waiving our objection to default.
And then here, these damages may not be nominal or substantial. So this is, I think that the posture of the emotional distress and the defamation per se is slightly different, right? The emotional distress under IIED has established severe emotional distress. So here, I understand that there could be nominal damages for reputational harm. But I think that needs to be explained. So when we had talked about nominal damages before, you see here the thorough explanation of when nominal damages could be awarded in a defamation per se situation. What we're then asking is that the court balance that nominal damages instruction with the other side, right? With that's the situation for nominal damages when the plaintiff is, the defamatory material is of an insignificant character because the plaintiff has bad character.
That looks like
We
a
ask
good
for the
balance
flip.
to me. What do you say, Attorney Pattis?
I don't think it is a balance. I think that it's their burden to prove more than nominal, even in the posture of a default. And so it's a false equivalence, this balance. There is no balance here. They start at nominal and earn every dollar beyond that. And to suggest there's a balance is to suggest that the jury, should proceed with an open question. And it should proceed with a presumption that they're entitled to more than $1. My view is if we start with $1 and they get, and everything more than that they prove, they get.
What suggests that they're not proving it though? I'm missing something.
If on the other hand, is of significant care.
If on the other hand,
the standard charge, I think, is clear. Nominal damages are awarded when they are the only damages claimed in the claims that for purpose of the character by the jury. That I think, okay, that's not clear. Excuse me, I erred on that. I think what the plaintiffs continue to do is object to the presence of nominal damages, and they want to say that we start with the presumption of war. And even in a default situation, they're entitled only to what they prove. And so our view is that if they can't prove more, they get no.
I thought this really actually highlights the nominal damages. These damages may be nominal or substantial. Nominal damages of $1 may be awarded, then there's like a really long sentence there. And then if on the other hand, so the nominal damages are getting more airtime than...
They're getting recast. I mean, to my view is the correct statement of the law is that default entitles them to damages. If they prove, in the absence of proof of anything, they get nominal damages in the earth law. Anything more they need to get. So this notion that somehow, that we need to talk about the circumstances under which they get more. If on the other hand you find the defamatory substantive character, or because you've defined that the plaintiff had a good character, and again, it's not character, it's reputation. Substantial harm has been done, or you find there's proof of serious harm, then you may award very substantial damages. That's argument. The law is that the damages are presumed nominal without proof, and beyond that, that's basically endorsing their argument.
Your Honor, I think that misunderstands the law of defamation per se. The injury is established. The plaintiff is entitled to recover as general damages for injury to his or her reputation and for humiliation and mental suffering. That's the law.
So what does
Then,
have to be?
may I finish? Then the standard charge gives the jury guidance about when it can find nominal damages, and it's basically saying, as I read it, you got to go backwards, right? What that nominal damages instruction, which comes out of the standard charge, says when you can award nominals is if the defamatory material is of an insignificant character, or because you find the plaintiff had a bad character, so that no substantial harm has been done. So that, that's what the standard charge is telling us. So what I'm trying to do is simply balance it out.
But balancing in this case means inflating the value of no proof. And if there were a plaintiff that had no proof of damages, the jury would be left saying, well, they've got substantial damages, so I guess we've got to give them more than nominal, but how much? And it's the plaintiff's burden to prove that.
That's not it at all, Your Honor. What we're dealing with is a default on intentional torts. No. And so the facts established by the default carry weight in the damages determination. I mean, they do. So, Your Honor, I feel like
they don't deliver the goods. The plaintiff is entitled to make a run at the biggest number they think that this evidence supports, but it's a number that the jury has to give because they're persuaded by a preponderance of the evidence that that's a fair, just, and reasonable award. In the absence of any proof, it's nominal. And otherwise, what's the number?
Let's end on this. I'll look at it tonight. So what we'll do tomorrow is, after we send the jury home, we'll plan on finishing up, hopefully, and I'll tell you what I've decided, and then we can finish it. It doesn't look like there's that much left.
There's more.
I thought you were, I know that we left it off that you sort of pretty much assured me that you would work on that and you didn't think that you would have a problem.
I think we need to work on that, and I think what the court does with the charge may inform that, but we will certainly handle it.
But that's how I
tomorrow.
specifically recall, you felt
Yeah.
very confident that, you'd be able to work together on that. If not,
We
then
certainly
we'll
will
deal-
work together, whether we'll agree is a different question.
Right. Have you
Um,
done anything so far on it yet, or not yet?
We have not, so
All
we'll,
right, so
we'll take
that should be something that you try to do first, but that was my recollection, so hopefully, okay, what else?
A few more things, Your Honor. So we filed a supplemental charge, 2 sets of supplemental charges, and I apologize, I think the docket number of one of them is 1006. That's the life expectancy charge. Then we filed another set of supplemental charges, which had an eggshell skull. The charge that we've been briefing to the court and having rejected about the identity of the not needing to name the plaintiff, and a charge about charging out First Amendment, Second Amendment arguments, and a charge about missing information. So all that briefing is in, and then, and we filed our brief on ascertainable loss already being decided.
And I'll have something on that tomorrow morning. I saw their brief this morning. I didn't compose it this morning. I was preparing for something else today.
Okay. All right, safe travels home, and we'll see everyone tomorrow at 10. We're adjourned.
Thank you.